Hello everyone and welcome back to another fabulous Tuesday. Today we are revisiting Flesh and Blood. I guess not revisiting, we're visiting.
It's super exciting today.
Not Aria, what's the land? I forget what it's even called at this point.
Wraith?
Maybe? That might be the
You're the guy that read the lore book.
Well, Aria is the
You can't read the lore book.
era I
Take
like
it
the
from
most.
me,
I just started
about the lore.
I just started reading that section and zoomed really far in. If you're unaware, it's spoiler season for set 3.
I love that they do this.
Of Flesh and Blood. It's really cool.
It's done well.
I constantly talk about not liking the fact that a lot of times for games that I play, all the stuff is spoiled before it comes out. So a lot of the buzz and the excitement and the conversation about a set is had before you even have it. And I'm a very experiential learner, so I like to play and then talk about it, not like talk about it for 3 months and then play. So they do a really cool thing, which is they don't really say anything about the next set. They announced the name of it like a couple months ago. It's like the booster box. You could see the image.
The biggest weapon ever.
And they might give you like the 1 or 2 sentence pitch, like all 8 classes, a bunch of gear and weapon are going to happen here, kind of a thing. But then they started doing tweets like 2 or 3 weeks back where it was like, the first card that interacts with this way, or 8 cards that do this.
The only 3-handed weapon in the game.
What? What kind of creature will hold this weapon? Anyways, so then this week, I believe, the past week, they actually lifted the veil. They've sent previews. They have a list of like the days and who's revealing various previews. And they're hitting content creators all across the world and various websites. I saw ICV2 even has a preview, which is very smart. But then what happens is, this is just, again, hitting on the fact that Legend Story Studios
It's fundamentals, man.
knows what they're doing.
It's fundamentals.
Because you have this wave of excitement, and basically they condense it down into, the set comes out a week from Friday. So it's a 2-week period where all the spoilers that are going to happen are happening. So the conversation's not happening so early that by the time it actually comes out, it's not, as exciting.
Everybody's over it.
The other thing is like, making the spoilers condensed into this time frame means that you get the most time with the previous cards before the new stuff is revealed, which I think is nice because it gives you time to just kind of like focus in on what you've got before the new wave of stuff hits.
100%.
Yeah, so there have been a lot of previews today. We're going to be showing a few new previews. We're also going to be talking about all the previews that have been revealed so far. The previews we have are specific to the Warrior and Runeblade class, so we're going to look at all the cards, look at our previews, then we're going to deck build with them, and then we're going to play, assuming we have the time.
Yeah, I want to look at some of the things that have come out already for these classes, since we'll be diving into them. And I got to tell you, let's just start. So let's check out Dawnblade. This is just the original. So this is the original Warrior weapon, just so we can kind of gain an appreciation of what's going on. So one of the things that Zach and I were really hopeful for whenever Flesh and Blood started was that we would get a lot of different, but like tightly balanced weapons. So like it wasn't like Dorinthia always uses Dawnblade and this hero always uses that weapon. That they could be interestingly utilized across every hero for that class, right? Yeah. So that there's this kind of synergy, and you get to choose what kind of a Dorinthia you're going to play, and you actually have meaningful options there. So Dawnblade is the original weapon that came out, and the idea of this is just that one cost, 3 damage attack. And then Dorinthia's ability says if you hit with an attack, you get to use it again. So you get that once per turn effect, turns into a twice per turn effect, basically. So if you hit with Dawnblade the first time, then you can swing with it again. And then if you hit it the second time, you get a +1 counter, and it continually builds up over time, right? So but if you ever don't hit with it, then you lose all your counters. So it's kind of a momentum game that Dorinthia is trying to play. It's very taxing on an opponent to try to block all of that. But we have also seen now the second warrior weapon.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the Cintari Saber, Cintari Saber. The design of the cards, first of all, just the art and everything is just so good. So these have been previewed already this week.
That's what I want to lose my mind about for a second. Because I have, the way the lights are set up in the studio is like, I have a light right here. And the cold foiling.
Familiar with it?
It's right there. The cold foiling on these equipment and weapon cards is unlike anything I've seen. But particularly, like from where I'm sitting right now, it literally looks like that's a metal blade on that card.
Yes.
And it looks incredible.
They do a good job, man. Again, fundamentals. So very much the same looking as Dawnblade, right? So once per turn action, cost resource. It is an attack, so we don't have to relearn that mechanic. That's already there. The difference, though, is that if it's defended by an attack action card, so if you're defending with that from your hand, it gains +1 until end of turn. So if you defend with an attack action, it hits for the same amount as Dawnblade. Otherwise, it just hits for 2. And there's 2 of these because they're one-handed. So right off the bat, you'll notice that they actually are pitch differently in the art.
Mm-hmm.
You probably can't see that. We only have one to pop up, but if you, I'll show you this down here. You look at this, I saw this with some of the dual weapons, that they actually have art that's coming in from different sides. So it looks like you're holding two.
Yep, and now they both say, by the way, just for clarity, it says warrior weapon sword H, 1H, which is one hand. I do believe if you had two of the same one, you could use it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
but I think that's just an
it's a little touch.
I think it's an aesthetic thing.
It's little touches that just make you see that like these people care. It's cool.
Just beautiful, right? So right off the bat, you get to use two one-resource attacks because you have two weapons like the ninjas do, right?
Now, let me look at this. So it doesn't naturally have go again.
But you got to get it there.
You got to get it to get.
You got to get it to get it, just like Warrior always has to do with Dawnblade. They're not ninjas. They don't have to. They're not able to quickly.
They don't just
go
get to do it.
But if you give one Centauri Saber in effect, then and it has go again, then you can use the other one, and then Dorinthia's ability still meaningful because it says when a weapon attack hits, you may attack an additional time with that weapon this turn. So if you can give your first strike go again, and then your second strike go again, you can come back in with a third Centauri Saber strike if you want, because it no longer has that once per turn attack. Now it's a twice per turn if it hits with Dorinthia. So like, who knows what that means? Does that mean that Warrior will eventually be able to do this kind of proto, ninja play style where you're using these kind of warrior tricks to do it a little bit differently? You feel like a warrior that's not like coming in with that singular strike one at a time, but now you're a little bit faster, kind of that sword dancer style warrior. It has me absolutely amped.
Well, and what I'm really excited about, so like it's so simple. Like this is not a complex card, right? No. Neither of these cards are. But the moment that we get a different warrior than Dorinthia and how they use either of these weapons,
absolutely.
Right? And then we're going to keep getting warrior weapons. So like at some point, that's what I'm most looking forward to, right? Where it's like you're going to go to an event and there's going to be like 8 warrior players there. And it's like, oh, which warrior are we bringing? And then it's like, oh, we both brought Dorinthia. And it's like, well, what weapon are you playing?
Which one? Oh, I think Centauri is the way to go.
What's your strategy, right? Are you heavy defense reactions, attack rate? That's like however it goes. So
and it's just they're just so simple, minimal, like they're not like hitting you in the face with look at this awesome, incredible, like magic mystical weapon like so many games do. It's just like, no, it's a beautiful blade, and I love it. Let's do the same thing for the old Runeblade, since we're going to be visiting the Runeblade here. So starting with Viscerae.
So his original weapon was the Nebula Blade. And this is the only Runeblade weapon in the first set. It's two-handed. Once per turn action, 2 resources attack. If it hits, create a rune chant token. If you've played a non-attack action card this turn, it gains +3 until the end of the turn.
So it's normally going to be a 4 damage attack for 2.
That if it hits, you get a Runeblade token.
That's right. Now, what we have seen spoiled already, and this is one of my absolute favorite things that I've seen in the differences in the weapons. So let's take a look at the Reaping Blade, which is so good.
Also a two-handed weapon for Runeblade.
Good looking.
It looks. Again, I'm in the perfect position right now to. Is it hitting for you too off of this light?
Yes.
The foiling, like it's just like perfect.
It's hitting in a way that is unreasonable. So once per turn action, only costs 1 to attack. So this is a much cheaper attack for the Runeblade. It doesn't create a rune chant token when you hit. It does a static 3 rather than the 4 that's conditional on the original Nebula Blade. But if a hero has more life than another hero, they can't gain life. Turns off life for life, turns off the weird instant thing that you can cast and whatnot. This is one of my absolute favorite differentiation points that I've seen now in the classes across all of the weapon combinations that you start to see. They were all previewed yesterday, and I consumed all of them as quickly as possible.
I did not. I'm excited about this.
It's a permanent static ability that really helps to define what kind of a Runeblade are you playing, right? So this is more of a kind of like just a terrifying walk into the room, like you just can't heal. It's just consistent damage. It doesn't cost very much to attack. And there it goes. And it's like, it's so different from the Nebula Blade, yet it still feels so in character, right?
Absolutely.
In class.
And I love seeing the static effect like that because it means that they can they're just giving themselves points of differentiation, right?
Right.
So before on a weapon, it's basically one hand or two hand. What's the attack it's doing? How much does it cost? And what happens when you use that weapon? But now you add another fold to that layer, which is even just a weaker weapon that just has a static effect in general
Yep.
is super interesting.
Yeah.
And I think
You can lean into that one, can't you?
it's a way to customize, because you can imagine very quickly, like this deck as an example is a lot of times with the rune chants, I've seen the players talking online, and even the games I've seen online of it, it's like stack up a bunch of tokens, have them all fire at once.
Yep.
And so like a lot of times you're going to have less health than your opponent. So it's interesting because this is, to me, starting to hint at a potentially different style of rune play.
It's great, man. It's great. And you also have to have like healing control cards in a meta to not have mistakes, because it'd be so easy for a game like Flesh and Blood to make the mistake that 1,000 other games have made, which is like eventually the healing strategies get too good, people stall out the games, try to hit their opponent for one more than they do at the tiebreaker, and move on to the next round.
That's the worst.
It's like, no thanks. So we've seen same style, same kind of vibe, but totally different ideas of like what I'm wanting to do with my character, and that kind of stuff gets me absolutely jacked.
Worth pointing out too, like on the Reaping Blade, you'll see on the bottom a couple changes about this set. First is that you'll see the little R on the bottom. It has a blue circle behind it, which means that blue circles are rare. You don't have to be able to read that little bitty letter to know what kind of rarity you're dealing with. Also worth pointing out, this is a weapon that's a rare. So this is a card you're actually going to get in a pack. And unlike you got the weapons in the pack before, but they were typically the token slot. So this is an actual like rarity weapon slots. It makes a lot of sense in a set, especially the one that's not designed necessarily for draft and sealed.
Right.
You don't have to have weapons.
Yeah, 100%. Everybody kind of has access to the originals, and then it's like, you can go find the other ones if you want them, which is really cool. So let's look at some of the Warrior cards. How about let's start with Dauntless Red, one that's been previewed already. All these Warrior cards.
Every time I see Dorinthia in a piece of art, I think, I love this piece of art.
Maybe you think you want to play Warrior today?
I'll let you do it.
You love it that much?
To me, Warrior and Runeblade are two that I want to play.
Yeah,
so I'm happy to play Runeblade. But
play
I just see the art. There's the one from the first set where she's got her sword up, and it's like half of the art is just light being reflected off the sword.
Yeah.
And then half of it is like her giant hair. And it's like, it just looks awesome.
So let's look at Red Dauntless here. 1 cost, next weapons +3, pretty standard warrior action here. Next defense reaction card the defending hero plays costs an additional resource to play. So I've seen this in a number of Crucible of War cards that have been previewed so far. It seems like some Crucible of War is kind of sealing up some of the common strategies that are going around. You load up with your sink belows and your defense reactions in various capacities, and we've seen some things that are going to now make it harder to do what has become fairly normal. So like Life for Life, for instance, with the Runeblade card is like, well, you can't do that as well. And then Dauntless is an example of, you want to just stuff yourself full of defense reactions, like apparently the Mechanologist dash decks and whatnot do. It's like, well, here's an answer
make it harder
to potentially somebody who just wants to sit back and defend the whole game.
Yeah, I love this. So like 1 for +3 on a red like that is standard pretty good, right?
Yeah,
and then
the standard,
it comes with an effect that really makes those defense reactions way less good. I think that's it's cool because like this is not much different than the cards we've already seen. Like Come to the Fight is +3, right?
You see the math, right? One resource +3. It's like has go again. It's like, okay, that's kind of the template, and then we give it a little bit of an effect. Yeah, so good. And then, of course, Dauntless Yellow and Dauntless Blue are the same, but a little bit worse.
Joe Terry asking, is that Cold Foil Saber a promo, or can you pull them? From everything I can tell, they sent us these cards not in packs, but...
I want to show you this, too.
From everything I can tell, they are going to be openable in a pack.
Openable.
Steven has left me.
I just love this stuff. Right, so we got this from Legend Story, and... Zach and I talk about fundamentals a lot, just in terms of the game. But in terms of the company, I mean, you see this? Can you see this? It's got this beautiful gold foiling on it, little card that they sent with the previews for us to use on camera. This studio is absolute class. Like, I'm always blown away by it.
They good. They care.
At every turn, I'm just like, it's like how I want people to feel about Covenant, I'm feeling about Legend Story, and that's a very good sign, I think. Let's look at Out for Blood Red. So, got a little...
Is this Runeblade?
Killed a little dog. This is Warrior. It's gross, so it seems like it would be.
Yeah, look over there. It's like it
Runeblade.
looks kind of like a Runeblade card. Quick question from Anesthesia Cat Sand. Are you guys done with the bundles? We are not. You can sign up for the wait list, and hopefully we'll be able to get more of those back in the not so distant future, but no timetables or anything like that.
All right, let's zoom down. I'm just going to zoom down to the table for this Out for Blood. Not sure if we've got this one. So just Out for Blood Red, another 1 cost weapon attack gets +3. Reprise, if the defending hero has defended with a card from their hand this chain link, your next attack this turn gains +1.
What's reprise mean?
Reprise is basically like if they've defended with something from their hand, something happens.
That's the key. That's what that keyword means.
That's the keyword, yeah. So if they do it from the arsenal, it's not going to happen, but otherwise, most of the time, it's going to be happening. So most of the time, Out for Blood is basically your next attack is going to get +1 in the next chain. And it's an attack reaction, which, because it's a warrior card, it's going to be an attack reaction. So pay 1, give a weapon attack +3, and then if they've defended with a card from their hand, your next attack is also going to get +1. So obviously it works very well with Dorinthia and the idea of like getting that second Dawnblade attack or the second Centauri Saber.
For
because
sure.
you don't even need it.
So
as long as you have Gogan.
Again, it's a 1 cost for +3, but it's a reaction, so that's really crazy.
It's real good, yeah.
And then it has some other effect. And obviously you'll know when you're playing it whether or not you're getting said other effect. And I assume the yellow and blue versions are +2, +1.
Yep. I'm assuming that too before I said that, but yes, that's correct.
Like you do.
Yeah. And then last that we've seen on the warrior side,
I love this art.
Yellow Unified Decree. Yeah, you seen
Do
this
we
one?
do we have this art just to pop up?
We'll
I just want
see.
to. I'm going to throw that at the team and see if they're capable.
Unified Decree. It's a special kind of. It makes me want to look at the. It makes me want to look at the lore book for sure. Looks like your connection's lost over there. Probably need to fix that.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be hard for.
Probably can't pop anything up if nobody can hear us. So we'll hold on to this one for a second. But whenever Zach and I first saw
Every
this card,
time. This drives me crazy. Sorry.
yeah, I know. Well, that's what I was doing with Restream too.
It just logs me out.
It's a classic rule. If you ever need technology to work, it will fail right when it needs to work. That's just the universal rule, right?
I don't understand.
You guys hip to that? Unified Decree is one of these cards that Zach and I looked at and said, we're going to need that on a poster.
Yeah.
Or a playmat. You got to have that on a playmat.
Yeah.
You got to have that. I will make that happen.
I like
if
that
needed.
we both went there at the exact same moment.
I will 100% make that happen.
Want to see it again?
Unified Decree. I'm gonna zoom
You want to put this
out
on a playmat? Would anyone else want this on a playmat? I'm looking for the right piece of art so that I can be like, hey, Legend Story, let's do this.
Let's do this. I would do this. Everybody would do this, right? Unified Decree. Target attack gains +3. Again, another warrior attack reaction. Has reprise of the defending hero defended with a card from their hand. You know the drill. Look at the top card of your deck. If it's an attack reaction card, you may banish it. If you do, you may play it in this combat chain. This is insane. Have you seen this? Did you read this card, really? Do you appreciate this card?
I have no idea what the card is. Sorry, I was distracted by making sure the audio was working.
I'm attacking.
+2.
Reactions happen.
It is a reaction, so you can do this after it's going.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, wow.
So you roll the top card. If it's an attack reaction, you can immediately put it into the chain. Or not necessarily immediately. I think you can do it whenever you want to.
You may banish it, and then you can play it this chain.
At some point during that combat chain, right? Which is usually going to be like right now.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not.
But still, that's just like...
I mean,
your opponent knows it's there.
You could potentially just Bugatti in another +3 on an attack that nobody expected to be like a giant attack, and then all of a sudden there you are. And it makes a lot of sense for Dorinthia, and it makes a lot of sense for Dawnblade too, and that like that thing that they were going to block successfully, they committed everything to it, knowing that you have the +3 in hand because you're a warrior, etc. You drop that Unified Decree in, and then all of a sudden it's another +3 on top, and now things have broken loose. The horses are out of the barn, and you're on your way to victory.
Yeah, that's super good. I also love the flavor text here. It says, in unity, we will overcome. Great card.
Boom.
Great, boom. Great comment here. I'm going to read this. Jason
you have to pay the
Lindley
cost still.
says, hey TC, new dad here. His wife just went back to work. Your video content has been amazing for dadding in solo mode. And your subscriptions make keeping up with my game so easy. Proud to be a fan. Proud to have you.
Proud to have you.
Congratulations.
Hey, you should know. So Jonathan's actually, he's at home right now. I'm sure with his son, probably managing that while pulling these cards up on the screen. So you're in good company. Everywhere around you is there are dads doing heroic work. I assure you.
It's not an easy job.
Not an easy job.
Metroplex Inc. saying, Zach, what temperature do you drink your water at? Room.
Your water?
Room temperature.
Looks like pond water over there. Okay, let's look at the Runeblade cards then, shall we? Let's start
actually
with
vodka. It's vodka.
yeah, it's just hard vodka.
18 ounces.
It's the only way I get through these streams, man.
4 or 5 hours in a room with you? Yeah.
It'll be like 20 years later. It'll be the tell-all, like Covenant collapse story at 2020 or whatnot. And I was like,
how did everything go wrong?
Nobody knew was that the glass was full of vodka every day.
The whole day.
Mavrian Skies here, red. Let's take a look at this one. 0 cost. I love 0 cost cards because I'm a value man myself.
Hey, this is a Runeblade card, so I have to be paying attention.
Runeblade action, or I'll give you one while I read it.
Great, that's helpful.
The next Runeblade attack action card you play this turn gains Go Again. You can't ever hate that. And if it hits, create 3 Rune Chant tokens. I'm out of here.
He's gone, literally. I don't know where he's going.
I wasn't ready for that. A 0 cost 3 Rune
You were
Chant
just
tokens?
you were moving for effect.
out of
Yeah, you were
control,
excited.
yeah.
So 0 cost. How did you say this word? Mavrian.
Mavrian.
Mavrian Skies.
I believe.
0 cost Go Again. The next card you play gets Go Again, and if it hits Rune, so that's a fantastic card.
It's unreal.
It's a Runeblade action, so obviously Viscera. Viscera. Whenever you play a Runeblade card, if you have played another non-attack action card this turn, create a Rune Chant token. So you play this, then you play whatever.
Anything.
Let's say an attack. You get a token from this. If this attack that's now has Go Again hits, you get 3, and it has Go Again. So like the party keeps on going.
There's a lot of run chants being made. What if you just drop 3 Mavrian Skies and swing on?
Swing
attack
on.
action card, right? 3 Mavrian Skies and then boom.
I mean, you could,
Attack
right?
action card.
Boom,
and
boom,
then
boom,
9
boom,
run
boom,
chant
boom, boom,
tokens.
boom.
Just like that.
That's too much.
That's too
You
much.
can't handle it.
That's too much.
All right.
And
I like
then
that.
lastly, the Dread Triptych Blue 3 cost card, so it must be good. If you played a non-attack action card such as Mavrian Skies, create a run chant token immediately. If you've dealt arcane damage this turn, like through a run chant token, create one immediately. And if it hits, create a run chant token. There's your attack action right there.
So let's think about it.
Let's think about it.
You play a Mavrian Skies to give the next thing Go Again. Then you play the Dread Triptych. Viscera creates a token because you've already played a Runeblade action. If you played a non-attack action card, you create another Rune Chant token, so that's
right.
2. Because you're playing an attack, nope, you have 2. Then if you've dealt arcane damage this turn, so technically if you had another thing over here that triggered.
That's kind of the weird thing to get the max value out of Dread, because a lot of times, at least when I was playing Rune, it was one attack to do all that Rune Chant damage.
Mm-hmm.
So to do that and then play Dread Triptych after is possible, but a little bit awkward.
Yeah,
But
now,
possible.
Now you have a 4 damage attack that if it hits is going to create 4 Rune Chant tokens.
Oh yeah. If you
Oh
do it
yeah,
after Mavrian,
Lobby bar.
There's like a ton of Rune Chant weird stuff. Runeblade is worth playing just to learn the rules of the timing in this game,
Yeah, he's kind of the
which we should do at some point.
It's like when you're playing a video game and you have like the 6 or 7 levels that are really just teaching you how to play the game.
That's right.
It's like this is one of the levels you just have to do so you understand the weird one little piece of the rule.
You just got to figure it out. That's right.
So that's all stuff that other people have revealed.
Let's preview our stuff.
Would
And
you
then
like to?
we're
I'll
also
pass this
gonna-
one off to you.
Let's preview our stuff, and then let's pull up your the Dropbox or something to look at all the other weapons that have been previewed that aren't Warrior or Runeblade. So we'll get to those. But how about we start out with the Warrior card that we're previewing here, and we'll you don't have to like screenshot this if you don't want to. We'll post a full picture of it after the stream. I'll put it on the website or something.
I'll probably social it.
Courage of Bladehold.
You know they're gonna screenshot it though.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Screenshot away. You have our blessing to use the card as you like. Print it out.
Do you ever have that thing where you're
Hang out
loading
with it.
something on a
Take a
computer
nap.
and then you click and then as you're clicking something else loads and it moves it?
Yeah, and it moves. Oh my gosh, Twitter does that all the time.
How you got a program where that never happens?
It's so aggravating. I have misclicked 1,000 times on Twitter. All right, so let's take a look. Courage of Bladehold. This is a new warrior equipment. It's a new chest piece here. It's a majestic. It's got an ability called Temper. Defend with it, put a -1 counter on it. After the combat chain closes, destroy it if it has 0, so you can't hold on to it forever. Once it goes to 0 at the end of that combat chain, if you haven't used the action, it's going away. And then action here, destroy it. Your sword attacks cost 1 less this turn.
Hold on.
Go
Hold the phone.
again.
First off, I just want to say this card looks phenomenal. It's hard to tell. It's that cold foiling though.
Guys,
2 armor on it. So when you
it's got this new temper thing. I think it's new. I haven't seen it in a while.
when you defend with this, does it defend for 2?
Yeah.
And then you get a -1.
You get a -1 at the end of that
Then
combat chain.
Then you get a -1.
Then it defends for 1, and then you get a -1, and at the end of that combat chain, it destroys itself.
When it's a 0.
Yeah. Look at it. Read the italics there. So you got to choose. Do you want the last armor use out of it,
So
or
you
do you want to
basically-
use the action?
You definitely want to use the action.
You definitely want to use the action.
So you block
unless
for-
you're about to die.
You block for 2, and then you technically can block for 1, or you can destroy it. Your sword attacks don't cost you anything for the turn.
That's correct.
So that's your big turn.
That's a big turn. I mean, imagine that's where your Centauri ×3 turn can cost you 0.
Too
But
much.
yeah, as long as you can find ways to give them go again. That's the real key. You got to be able to find ways to get them go again.
You have a recommended path here?
Yeah. You're right there, FAB. We're getting through the drop box here, which is actually quite funny to me. Yeah, you go. Official card promos there.
This one?
Yeah, that's the one.
And then scroll over there and take a look. Or just open it in your browser. I don't know why you guys, some people use this desktop Dropbox stuff. What a complete waste of time, right? Just go to the browser like a true person, and there, that's your master directory.
It's not showing up. What is happening?
So how about the Runeblade card? You want to take a look at that one?
Hold on.
You just want to keep looking.
I need
around?
to be able to focus.
While
what?
I'm here.
It's acting like it's already syncing this folder. It's not.
What do you guys think about Courage of Bladehold? Let's check in with the chat here.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Hype for equipment. You're right, Joe. Good art, says Lion Day. Thomas Morton, yes, it is a foil of some kind, looks like. Yeah, it's a cold foil for sure. Looks cold. Cold as ice. Ryan Rober says it's sick. Anesthesia Cat do want. Ryan, yes, you're right. Either defend twice or defend once and use the action. Amazing for Warrior, says Evan. The rich get richer. Van asking, Warrior ever going to get a shield, y'all think? I think so. What's a Warrior without a shield, really, at a certain point, in a certain way?
I mean, it's fair.
Yep. Yeah, Evan Gassman, thank you. You're on it. Dropbox desktop for when you want to run out of hard drive space. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't have
totally-
any of it synced.
I totally agree with that. It's not synced?
You can choose what folders to have synced.
Oh my gosh. That's a real good card, says Robert. Van says awesome card. Robert's asking the real question here. Not sure if it replaces Tunic. Isn't that really the question? And I think that's the question a lot of people should be asking. But isn't it good that you get to ask the question of like, am I going to replace my, super rare card with this new equipment? It's like, that's good. You want those rare cards to be like good, but not like obviously the right choice.
Well, that's
so I
for
love
like
it very much.
on like our last stream.
Do the little picture icons.
I'm
and then-
just copying them.
Whoa.
I don't play this game.
Go on. Jude with the real heat here. 3 boxes might not be enough. David Wilford checking in on Facebook. Had our first sealed Flesh and Blood tournament in Colorado. Everybody had a blast. Brought to the community 5 new players alone with that tournament.
That's awesome.
5 new players.
This game's happening. I'm gonna read my card.
Yeah, go for it. Outcast Haven says these spoilers are everything we wanted out of this set. What more
Well, that's
can you ask
good. We're
for?
just getting warmed up. Wait
That's
till
right.
next week. You
That's
know what I
right.
mean? All right. This card looks gruesome and awesome all at the same time. It's a majestic runeblade equipment for the chest. Bloodsheath Skeleton.
Oof, gross.
Instant. Destroy Bloodsheath Skeleton. The next attack action card and non-attack action card you play this turn gain. This card costs 1 less to play for each rune chant token you control. It's also got the 2 armor, so you can use it and then technically use it twice. But literally 2 cards at -1 for every rune chant. Obviously, like you get like 5 or 6 rune chant tokens out and you have 1 mega turn.
How about you just turn damage into resources? That's what you're doing. Rune chant tokens, which are damage eventually, are now
And
just
now
turning into
resources.
free money. It's absolutely amazing. It's exactly what you're looking for. So, Runeblade is going to be that class that somebody's very good at.
It's kind of like Wizard
Not me.
in that way.
It won't be me, I assure you. But there are 3 people, and I won't say their name, 3 people here in Tulsa that I know would be very good at playing the Runeblade.
Are you?
You know, people who are good at meticulously managing their reactions and actions and like having the secondary third resource and like, making sure that their future turns are ready to go, those kinds of things. I know those people, and those people are going to be so good at this game. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to try to hit you real hard with my warrior cards. And they're going to be like, you can do that. But
32
I'm
rune chant token.
a little bit better. And then, I saw that coming, and I got all these rune blades.
Hey, I finally got the cards.
Did you?
I
was just going to go on. I'm going to go get them real quick just
on
to
a
make
phone
a
hunt.
point.
This blood sheath, so I think it's super cool.
Also has temper. Same
the,
idea.
On the last stream that we did, I pulled Fandal's Tunic.
Mm.
And what's really cool is with all three of these cards, right? These two in the Fandal's Tunic, when you start, this is what I want, which is even if you have the cards, like the Tunic, you have to start making really difficult choices.
Yeah.
Where it's like one's generically good, for sure. But like these are specifically good. I love that
It's
so
called
much.
deck building interest. It makes it interesting to build a deck. That's all that we're looking for. This is incredible.
And it makes it interesting to collect, right?
It
Because
does.
like, yeah, it's just cool.
really
I like
does.
it a lot.
How about we go? I want to pull up some of the equipment. So there's our previews there. Enjoy, spread them around, shout them from the rooftops. I think these are really cool abilities. Great temper thing going on here. We're going to use these during deck building here in just a second when we dive into our Warrior and Runeblade Blitz decks and kind of see what they bring to the game. Meantime, let's look at a couple of the cards that have been previewed already. I'm just going to do like the equipment and the weapons is really what I'm focusing on here, Zach. I would like to start with Gambler's Gloves, because I think it's a really important ability, and because I played Wild Brew the other day, and it really changes my my rendering of that card. So Gambler's Gloves basically
Stopping my
says,
process, by the way.
if you see a D6 and it rolls, after it rolls, you can destroy Gambler's Gloves to roll it again. Roll a D6, you or your opponent, roll a D6. After the roll has been revealed, you can destroy Gambler's Gloves to roll it again.
Nice.
How cool is that?
So
Your Wild Brew, 1 to 2, scab skin leathers.
Yeah.
Well, ha, ja.
the odds get way better when you're wearing those, which is hilarious, honestly.
Yeah,
It's
but
just funny.
That's the kind of like generic. That is the kind of generic equipment that needs to exist, because if you want to like, Leroy Jenkins your D6 rolling deck with all of your Wild Brews and whatnot, maybe now you can actually make it a sophisticated process.
Yeah.
Instead of just relying on insanity.
Sophisticated.
Let's look at another one that's been previewed here. The Gorganian Tome is a 0 cost. It says legendary on it. You can only have one in your deck.
Is that how legendary cards work?
It's how things with a legendary trait work, but not all legendary cards work like that. Now, I think previously all legendary cards had been limit 1 because they'd only possibly been able to be run like one of. But this is the first time we're seeing the legendary keyword. It's on a Majestic, Gorganian Tomb. And it says draw X cards, where X is 1 plus the number of tomes in all graveyards. Go again. How weird is this card?
Say that again. X is a number of tomes in all graveyards.
You can only have one of these in your deck. You draw X cards, where X is 1 plus the number of tomes in all graveyards.
How much does it cost?
It's an instant card. It costs 0. So basically, you immediately
that's fantastic,
Immediately
dude.
play it. You draw 1.
Because like Tome of Fandel that we have one of is a great card draw card, and then like eventually there's going to be a deck because there's the Wizard Tome as well that we only have one of that I really want a second copy of. So that's I think that's super good.
It's only the number of Gorganian tomes in your graveyard.
What makes it Gorganian?
It says it right there on the card. Yeah, it says it. It's just the name. So here's how this works, I think. So if I have this in my deck and you have this in your deck, I play mine, I draw 1 card. Then if you play yours, you draw 2 cards because there's one in my discard already.
But if you can only run one, why would you ever play it? One card for one card never benefits you.
I don't know. There's got to be some things in the game that would make this worthwhile. Whether you're always just filtering down to a new card, so that's reasonable. If you have like opt or some things in the deck, it's a guaranteed way to draw the card that you know is on top. Like if you want to filter the top and then draw 1, it's a good way to do it. It doesn't. I mean, you don't really lose, right? Anytime you draw this, you can always just draw a new one. So it kind of replaces the weakest card in your deck to get you to the strongest, the second strongest card in your deck, right?
That's interesting.
But then if you're using it, then mine gets better. And if there's a multiplayer game, which we've seen a lot of hints with the wording that multiplayer is going to be more of a thing that Flesh and Blood is doing, because they're saying players at the table, not your opponent, then mine might draw 3 if all the other ones have been triggered already. Mine might draw 4, if there's a lot.
Interesting.
It gets super fascinating, right? So it's just one of those cards that you just seed it into the card pool and just kind of watch and see what happens. Wait and see. I'm going to wait and see. Let's check out, the Mandible Claws. Let's check out the Mandible Claws. You remember?
Oh, these are super. Yeah, I do. I have seen these.
These are
awesome.
These are the old.
You have a
brutes.
weird fascination with brute.
I'm loving the brutes, man.
It came out of nowhere.
Intimidate. I think it's because I played Greyjoy in Thrones, and it reminds me of Intimidate there. So again, they have the little different sides there on Mandible Claw.
Hey, quick comment from Colin. I
Yeah.
have to read it. It says, "Hey Team Covenant, wanted to say I've been loving the content. Came here for Marvel Champions, and now I'm sub for that and Flesh and Blood.
Woo.
Wondering if the booster bundles will ever be coming back. That's the plan.
God willing, they will be.
Sign up for the wait
We
list
just
on the
don't know.
website. You'll be the first to know. Hopefully, they will be working that out as fast as we can." Sorry, go ahead. These are awesome.
Totally fine. Back to the Mandible Claws. Once per turn action on these. 2 resource attack for 3 damage. So 2 resources, 3 damage weapon attack. Dawnblade is like 1 resource for a 3 damage weapon attack. So this is by and large a kind of weaker and expensive attack for what you're getting. Most of the ninja stuff is like 1 or sometimes 0 for like 1 or 2. So you kind of see the scale on it. If you've discarded a card with 6 or more attack, it gains Go Again.
So 2 cost for 3, but it has Go Again as long as you've discarded a card.
2 for 3 with Go Again.
So what was the original weapon?
The original weapon is the
axe
club,
thing?
the romping
Yeah.
club, and we actually just need to pull it. It's got a 2 resource attack as well. What's the damage on it? 4. You guys can see it right now. I'm having to remember it. You guys can just see it.
I was just putting you to the test.
Yeah. I mean, are you a master yet?
Do you know everything?
Are you my?
I'll
are
just
you
pull
my
it
dad?
up right here. There it is. Boom.
What is it? A
Romping
4?
Club, 4 damage attack for 2. When you discard a card with 6 or more, it gains +1, so it's a 5 for 2.
So basically, it's a big 2 resource 5 damage swing because you're going to discard a 6 or more. You're going to intimidate with Reinhardt. Mandible is a 2 for a 3 damage swing, but it has Go Again. So you can do the old Mandible Claw for 6. You can get more damage out of it if you have the money, which makes a lot of sense. It also is really important because Intimidate is really important. So when you have intimidated your opponent, blocking 1 attack is kind of not terribly easy, but it can be done. But blocking 2 or more attacks,
Frustrating.
when you have 2 cards in your hand.
Yeah. Especially because like they would both get the Go Again if you discard a card, right? So this is a way for them to get 3 or more attacks in a single turn.
You feel like Mandible Claw attack action card if you got the cash for it, like energy potions, whatnot.
Or just throw like a Scar for a Scar in that chain, or a Life for a Life. Like 3 attacks, especially if you're dominating 1 or 2 cards out of their hand.
Yeah, intimidating.
Intimidated, they will not get to block all those attacks.
It's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Hey, let's check out another new weapon, shall we? Have you seen this one? Plasma Barrel Shot?
This is a Mechanologist card, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's the first thing of Mechanologist that I actually think is very cool.
Really? So like, interestingly, I'm gonna be completely candid here. Of the 8 classes we've seen so far, Mechanologist easily ranks like bottom for me.
Yep.
Because it's the only thing that it reminds me of the Mars faction in Keyforge,
You just don't like it.
where it's just like it just feels like it doesn't quite fit in the
Right.
universe that I'm seeing and the rest of the stuff. I understand there's gonna be people that love this. Super cool that this is an option for them, which is awesome. But this is actually a really good example. I don't even know what this card does, but just from looking at
Got
it,
to take a look.
it's a good example of I think what makes me not as excited about this aspect as the rest of the class as the rest of them.
Because of guns.
It's a gun.
Hey, this is a classic problem in all of role playing since the beginning of history. Does your fantasy setting allow for firearms or not?
And that's where like bows and arrow, cool. It's like
Yeah. See, yeah, you're on this side of the argument.
there's just a Rubicon that gets crossed when
Right.
you have guns.
Right.
It's like, well, I'm bringing swords to a gunfight. This is never going to work out in my favor.
Well, let's take a look at it.
Unless you have one of those like very unrealistic, like I can block bullets with my sword characters, and that's just crazy.
That is a little wild.
You know, you've seen
Yeah.
that where they're
Oh, yeah,
like
I've seen it.
slicing up.
I've seen it. I don't believe it's possible.
Lion Day
but I've
says
seen it.
7 out of 8 ain't bad.
Yeah, right. Plasma Barrel Shot. I actually like this quite a bit. Once per turn action, remove a steam counter from it to attack. You can pay 2 to put a steam counter on it if there aren't any on it. Okay, so same idea. So you load it for 2, and then you shoot it by removing that steam counter.
Okay.
It does X damage. X is equal to 1 plus the number of times you have boosted this combat chain.
Okay. So let's say that's 2 or 3. What's its base attack?
1.
So it's probably a 3 or 4 damage attack.
Just like that.
But it's going to require a lot of boosting for this to get used.
The cool thing about this is that at the end of your turn, right, your last turn, you load it. And so then you can kick off the next turn for no money. Just a shot. And it's always, you can always just shoot it for 1.
Yeah.
Just shoot it for 1. Hey.
1's the worst
You wanna
attack, by
block
the way.
1?
No one wants to block 1. You'll send a piece of armor at that maybe, but unlikely.
Two-handed gun, though. Pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. More like the Arquebus style, kind of
What's
like
your,
old school.
outside of Flesh and Blood, what's your general interest in steampunk as well? Because I feel like this is like a mix between like
Low.
fantasy and steampunk.
Yeah. It's low. But I recognize it as a valid subgenre that a lot of people are
I'm not
into.
offended by it.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Martians. It's literally the Martians for me in Keyforge.
I've gone by those Gen Con booths and kind of thought, should I be wearing a steam-powered monocle? I've had that thought for a second. It never really got
me
there
my
for me,
monocle.
but no, I never. But it's cool. I mean, people really get into it. And when you're decked out, you look pretty cool.
I'm curious about people in chat. What's your take on this class in general? Like, is this something that you like? I just want to know that you're out there, because in my head I always see it and I'm like, someone's gonna love it.
Full report. Let's get the votes in. Let's get them tallied. Meantime, while you're waiting on your mechanologist crew out there in chat, let's look at the unequivocally loved weapon that has been released called Redliner for Ranger.
Honestly, seriously, like
There's a romance to it. I understand that.
I don't even know what it does, but like I can just see it on your screen, and like we went from gun to this bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's got more romance. That's
It's
what I'm saying.
literally
It's got
like
more romance.
at least 10x as much excitement.
It's got more romance. But the world isn't only serving the romantics, you know? You gotta have
Yeah.
Steampunk has its own romance to it. You just gotta be into the punk grittiness of that. And this is not gritty, this is beauty, right? So the bow is about beauty and the gun is about, I don't know, effectiveness.
Rugged,
Raw.
engine, steam.
It's kind of, you know what it is? I'm about to say something that I don't know that this is true, but it's, when I see a bow and like I think about elves and stuff, you know, it's kind of a divine manifestation of things.
Elves are commonly assumed to be angels, yes.
And when I see a gun, it feels more like a human manifestation.
Mm-hmm.
So like steampunk and guns is like the gritty humanity engineering, like we're figuring it out, science kind of stuff. I look at bows like this, and it's like it's a divine, like mystery that you're holding, and then you get to shoot arrows out of it and kill people.
Sure. I think you mentioned something that it makes me feel, which is like really different between sci-fi and fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Guns start to feel very like
It's a little too real, isn't it?
it's like
Modern.
yeah, even like particularly steampunk guns. It's like it has to have been science.
Right.
There's science behind it, right?
Right,
It works
right,
because it's
right.
a machine,
Right.
not because there's something mystical going on.
Right, exactly.
So it removes the fantasy mysticism for me.
You're right.
Some comments real quick before we continue, and then I get to learn what that bow does, which I'm excited about. Taylor says, I'm actually the opposite, which is I like the mechs, but I feel the same way about Runeblade that you do about the mechs. Doesn't like the dark Runeblade vibes. Van says, I'm with you all the way, Zach. I prefer full fantasy. While Taylor says, I love Mechanologist.
That's it.
Ryan Rober says, I love the steampunk
Boom.
stuff as long as it doesn't take over everything. Lion Day says, Mech looks like the class most likely to have weird wonky cards, and I'm all for that. Aaron H, I love steampunk for days,
Boom.
etc. So you can see
It's
like,
there, man.
It's there. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you
Everybody
have it.
belongs together.
Yeah, I'm not offended by it, but
Can we look at the old bow?
I got you.
Ah, the old bow. Is this where?
Azalea.
No, that's the induction chamber. It's cool having these decks built. There's Azalea. All right, so let's look at a Death Dealer here before we talk about this one. So once per turn, pay 1. If you have no cards in your arsenal, put an arrow card face up, draw a card, go again. Oh my gosh, look what they've done. Redliner. Let's look at Redliner.
All right.
0 cost rather than 1. If you have no cards in your arsenal, put 1 face up, go again. The difference is you pay 1 for Death Dealer and draw a card afterwards, versus Redliner, you pay 0 and don't draw.
This is what I'm saying.
This is what I'm saying.
This drives me crazy
what I'm
how
saying.
good this is.
This is what I'm
So
saying.
here's why this is so good, right? And hats off to you, Legend Story, or Steampunk hats off to you, because this is just plain fundamentals. It's very simple difference that makes a huge difference in how this card plays. And this one decision is going to be the difference between Ranger player A and Ranger player B.
That's right.
And it's going to be different, but it's not. It doesn't take much. It's not that sizzly. It's not that complicated. I know how the bows work, and it's like, oh, are you paying 1 and drawing a new card, or are you not?
That's it.
That's all this is.
Who are you?
I love it.
Decide. Make a
Goodness.
choice right now. Draw the lines in the sand. Speaking of fundamentals, how about some guardian weapon?
This hammer, my goodness, I didn't know I could be this excited about a hammer.
Yeah,
So, like, the
you
first
don't really
one
wake up every day
It's
thinking that.
definitely like wooden mallet, like
It's again lacking in romance.
it's what I would expect.
little effective.
So Bravo's character, he's part of like a traveling circus, basically.
Right.
And he's a showman, right?
Right. He can't afford a nice
And
thing
so
like
it
the
looks
Sludge
like
of
the
Ambalheim.
kind of like thing he would have as a member, like a member of the circus. This looks like the weapon you would get after you've been knighted.
That's right.
And like you were promoted to a guardian of Arya, which is what he ends up as happening. Which is why I'm excited to know I don't even know what this does, but I'm telling you, my feet are
Where
tapping.
Eisen's peak touches the heavens, mighty weapons fit for the gods are forged. The old tale of Anvilheim. 4 resources, 6 damage attack. The end. Don't you love this? Yeah, that's it. You want a 4 resource, 6 damage attack on
That's so
tap?
good. That's so good.
I know it is.
That's so good.
I'm upset by how good it is.
So like with Bravo,
I'm upset. Where's
he's
your
over
Bravo
here.
cards?
He's
Give
as
me that-
close as
give
you
me
can
that
get
old
to me
hammer.
without being in my...
Here it is.
There it is.
Anothos.
Anothos is once per turn action, 3 cost attack.
Mm-hmm.
If you have 2 or more cards in your pitch that cost 3 or greater, it gets +2.
So it can become what?
It can become a 6.
It starts at 4 and becomes a 6.
But you have to have 2 3-cost cards in your pitch, which means you have to have generated resources with them. And so a lot of
But
times,
it costs 1 less.
this attack costs 3 to do.
Mm-hmm.
So if you played anything that cost like to pitch with a 3 cost, but to make this happen, you have to have 2 cards over here in the pitch.
Yep.
So a lot of times that makes the timing weird, or it makes the number of cards that you're playing. A lot of times with Bravos, I don't even play this.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the Sludge comparatively? Always 6, costs 4.
So I like it.
More universally good because you can pitch a 3 and a 1 to pay for it, and you don't have to worry about that ability on Nothos.
Yeah, and a lot of times you can play some card that costs 1 or 2 with Go Again, drop 2 3-costers here, and then you put 1 down your arsenal, or you defended with a card.
I'm in.
So the thing I like about it is just what it opens up from a deck building perspective. Because I feel like with this one, you have to have a lot of 3-cost cards.
Yeah.
That one you don't. In fact, you can have a lot of cards that produce 3 resources. That's good.
You could maybe do all yellows here and just pitch 2 yellows for your 4 damage attack.
Or
it's always
reds.
6.
Right? It could be a lot of reds. The last stream I played Ira, the ninja, and cards that I've always been attracted to in this game are like Scar for a Scar, Life for a Life, Lead the Charge. These like low cost, you really like the red ones, you can play a bunch of cards.
Han Ray style, huh?
Yeah, that's how it felt with Dash, Ira. She definitely felt like Ray from early Destiny days. But like this hammer to me is nice because it's like, I think you can pair it with a much lower cost curve.
Yeah.
And then...
As long as you can pay for the 4 resource attack.
Well, so the problem is like a lot of the good cards that are blue have a low cost. So this hammer requires the high cost cards.
Mm-hmm.
So there's probably going to be a version of Guardian that does not require... I assume that was a Guardian card?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get confirmation on that. But
They're
there will
dealing
be
in hammers.
a Guardian way to play that is not playing... It hints to me there'll be a Guardian coming along that doesn't require you to play all the big cost cards.
Yeah, could be.
Which I'm excited about.
At some point. It could be 3 years from now, and then all of a sudden this is like, oh my gosh, this is rediscovered as like the big card. And then finally, the other one that we've seen, ninja weapon called Zephyr Needle. I think the art on the weapons in Crucible of War is about 2 times to 3 times as good as the first set. Are you hip to that?
Yeah, people are telling me to read the chat, so I'm just making sure.
Okay, what did we miss?
What's going on?
Did we not put threat on the agenda? Did we?
Well, apparently the sledgehammer is not once per turn. So technically, if you can pay for it and get it Go Again somehow, you could swing twice.
That's beautiful. So you could just do 2 big 6 damage swings.
And we were swinging.
That's actually really relevant. I noticed that it seemed like the card text was different than other weapons, and I just blew right by that. But that's super notable.
Sometimes what's missing is as important as what's there.
Let
Let me write that
book
down in my
by
note of
Zach
chapter
Bond.
titles for my book. What were you saying about the art? I was distracted.
I think the
I'm
art
sorry.
on the new weapons is at least twice as good as the old ones.
That's a statement.
I mean, look at Reaping Blade compared to Nebula. Look at Death Dealer compared to the old bow. You know.
The new. Well, part of it is like the.
Look at this Zephyr. Come on, look at this. Zephyr Needle?
Just look at it.
Just look
Would
at
you
it.
look at it. Just look at it. So the thing is, if you look at the hammer, part of it is that you went from like, this is the hammer that was laying around at the circus to like, this is a weapon of the gods.
Yeah.
So it should look better.
It should look better.
But I also assume that as this thing gets going, art is a department that's going to keep getting a better budget the more successful this game is.
I mean, what more do you need from it?
Plus, as
What are
you
you
start
looking
building
for
the
here?
world, you have a lot of reference pieces for the artist to basically, like, if you have all this art, you can pick your favorites, and then when you're talking to a new artist, you can say,
Make it look
this
like
is the
this.
universe.
Yeah.
Your art needs to match this style.
Yeah.
So, that, you know, they just kind of figure that stuff out.
Totally fair. How about this Zephyr Needle, though? This is one of the weirdest cards I've seen. Beautiful. Like a fancy ice pick, basically.
Beautiful but weird.
Once per turn action, spend one, attack, go again. No funny business here. And then if it's defended by a card with defense greater than Zephyr Needle's attack, destroy Zephyr Needle when the combat chain closes. How?
So it's a 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Show me those Kodachis. You got the Kodachis harmonized
Yeah.
Kodachis
Let me,
there?
find. Well, I have the with Ira. I was using the Edge of Autumn, but I do have the Kodachis. Let me find those as well.
So this is Edge of Autumn with +1 attack, and then it can break, which is actually pretty impressive. And then it's the same thing as Harmonized Kodachi with +1 attack without the conditional go again on Harmonized Kodachi.
Yeah.
So it's +1 across all the other ninja weapons, so it does 1 extra damage, and it always has go again unconditionally, but it could break. Now, what does that mean? There has to be some kind of thing that's going to kind of send this into a space
So
it's worth playing.
I think what it means is this is the first ninja weapon that's not trying to just be pokey damage.
Poke it every turn, yeah.
So Ira, as a basic example, her second attack every round gets +1. So this immediately becomes a 3. And the way it reads, you have to play a single card with greater defense than this attack stat. So the highest we've seen is like a 7 on like Staunch Response red, I believe, on the possible defense cards. So in that way, like assuming you have cards that boost the weapon attack, you could pretty quickly see it being a 4, 5, or 6 damage card.
Yep.
And so the odds of your opponent actually breaking this weapon, and do you know if it's one or two-handed?
So it is one-handed. The pokies.
So you could have
but
like
it's
go ahead.
It's also the printed value, according to Joe Terry. Printed value is what it refers to, by the way.
So they should play 3.
I guess that's what it's saying. It seems weird to me.
Can you read the card again?
Can't have your weapon break. I'll read it from memory. It's a 1 resource attack with go again, 2 damage. If they defend with a card greater defense than the attack of the weapon, it breaks.
And that's only printed. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Seems it's only printed. I don't think so, though. I don't know.
If it is only printed, then chat was saying just a second ago, perhaps you just use it when they don't have any cards in their hand.
100%, because like you can do 1 Kodachi and 1 of these ice picks.
Well, and what that also means is that like, if you have the ice pick and you haven't used it, and I'm playing an attack and you only have 1 card left in your hand, you know that if you defend it, I'm gonna get the free ice pick.
Yeah.
And you know if you don't defend it, it's going to hit, but then maybe I don't even use the ice pick.
I like it. I like that a lot, actually. Joe's saying maybe not, but that's what I've been told. Yeah, Lion's saying we don't really know yet. So we'll have to get a ruling on it, basically. But I think straight up, most of those cards say +3 to this weapon attack. So
And
I
then
would
that
imagine
says- yeah,
that it's going to actually accommodate that.
that's what
But
I would think.
there might be, that's what I was saying, there might be some things that bring back broken weapons, actions that break weapons on purpose for better damage. Maybe you could throw it. Maybe there's a card that's like +6 and then destroy the weapon afterwards, those kinds of things.
Or there's cards you can only play after you have a broken weapon.
Like weapon shard.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or like, if it's like a, ancestral weapon, then it's like, I don't know, sadness and agony.
Max
Game
Hill-
5 life. I don't know.
Maxwell saying it's officially called the ice pick now, and Jared saying printed defense on card versus altered attack. So we'll see. We'll take a look. We'll know by the next stream probably if that's the case. So that's basically everything. There's been some other cards, but we won't spend as much time on them. You can go to the Flesh and Blood website to see the beautiful, like it's like a giant advent calendar basically. They reveal every day. There's new previews to reveal. There's a ton coming today for all the different equipment. Ours being some of those that are being revealed. So check that out, and we're gonna now get some of these cards on the table and actually see how we might change our Blitz decks based on these new ideas.
Yep, and so what I did, we previously did 4 streams in a row where we're basically building Blitz decks for every hero from sets 1 and 2, and I destroyed those.
Oh,
For these 2. Destroyed them, completely reorganized all our cards, because we also opened new packs, so I integrated all that. So that's all clean and good. We also have learned a lot since the last time we deck built for
It's
these
so
2 heroes.
true.
I actually didn't even build Viscerae last time, you did.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're saying it was garbage.
it was awful. I'm just kidding.
Not good. Not a good deck.
I like making a statement like that and then just pausing.
You watch The Office.
Is he joking or not? I have actually. My wife loves The Office, and we moved recently, and she has it on all the time because it's just like she can leave the room and come back, and she's seen it so many times, it's fine.
Yep.
And it's like having funny people.
It's
around.
like the security blanket of television.
Yeah, and it just feels good.
That'll happen to a lot of people when Seinfeld comes out, 2021, I think, on Netflix.
Oh really?
Yep.
I feel like
They're
I need to
losing
watch
The
that
Office.
show.
I think they're losing The
They're gaining
Office, but they're
Seinfeld?
gaining like Seinfeld or something. Probably some backroom deal. All right, well, hey, let's start with the Warrior, because I feel like Warrior is going to be a little bit more straightforward here for us. So following our standard kind of process, let's start with Dorinthia. We'll do a Blitz deck, so 20 health we're dealing with. The once per turn effect here, weapon attack hits, attack an additional time with that weapon this turn. Now, it was originally paired with Dawnblade, but of course, we're going to go double sabers here. Look at that. I'm going to zoom in for you guys.
Yep, nothing like a two-handed
Come on,
warrior.
Look at this.
Let's be real here.
Is this? Yeah, that's right. You want the handles facing the character there. Let's get these in a sleeve already. What are we doing? They look better unsleeved, but you know, man, these sleeves have hit the table a few times, haven't they?
We've been using them.
We were sleeving. Okay, so Dorinthia with 2 Centauri Sabers. So once per turn, you get your 1 resource attack. So, you know, you can throw both of these forward during the turns. If you've got 2 resources, you can do two damage attacks.
Not
which
at
is
the
good.
same time, though.
Not at the same time. Sometimes they're 3 damage if you defend with an attack action card. You're incentivized not to, but sometimes you can't help it.
Yeah.
And then if we hit, we can technically go again with one of those sabers. Not go again officially, but attack an additional time with that weapon. So to do this, we need to find ways to give go again plentifully.
Granted, a lot.
A lot. Now, traditionally, I think Dorinthia played a little bit more around, you know, bigger swings and kind of attack reactions hitting a bunch. I say we take this one in a, can we go wider on it? Can we
Absolutely.
get those 3 or 4 attacks in during a single turn?
Yeah. Now, it's worth remembering, too, your Courage of Blade
Hold.
Blade Hold. Yeah, I thought there was an N in there.
Pop it, and those attacks are free, but we still need go again.
You do need go again.
We still need go again. So let's take a look at the warrior cards that would give us go again. You want to? Did you put them in a?
They're in order, complete order. You have the fancy cards on top, your Majestics and Supers for Dorinthia.
Let's take a look at Steelblade Supremacy, red. Until the end of your turn, target weapon gains +2, and whenever it hits, draw a card.
That's in.
Probably put that one in. Singing Steelblade, target weapon attack gains +1. If the defending hero, it's got reprise. I'm not going to read the first sentence of reprise. If they defend
Skip
with a
it.
card from their hand, this thing's going to trigger. Search your deck for an attack reaction, banish it face up, play it in this chain link. Okay, so like we saw earlier from the other card. That
That's
we're
also
looking at.
beautiful art.
Route, warrior attack reaction, +3. Reprise, return a non-equipment defending card to their hand.
To your opponent's hand.
Yes.
Wow.
That's extremely good. That's real good.
That's good.
Here we go.
That's the art I was talking about earlier.
Glint the Quicksilver, 0 cost, target weapon attack gains go again, reprise, draw a card. So this is one way that we can give these blades.
Do you want to make
go
a stack of your cards that give you go again?
again.
Is that this too?
Yeah, it does not. This is a draw a card. Draw a card thing. So these are just like
Generically
they
good.
got the
Now-
rarities are pumped up, so they look pretty good.
It's probably worth starting with these cards, right? the ones that have been previewed. Those worth looking at?
Oh, yeah. Maybe we should look at those. Red Dauntless here. Next weapon attack is +3. Next defense reaction card costs an additional. So this is actually really nice because what Warrior's going to be able to do is put you in a tough spot where Reprise is saying if you block from your hand, I get a benefit. And this is saying if you block with that defense reaction in your arsenal, it's going to be harder. So I feel like this is a necessito,
They're
right?
pinning you down.
Now, this is also one of those cards that could easily be run at blue because you're really running it for the additional resource,
Then,
you know?
+3, is it a attack reaction?
It is not.
Yeah, so it's +3 is fine for one, but definitely the ability is probably the most interesting part of that.
Unified Decree, target weapon gets +3, and then Reprise, you can go get an attack reaction card. If it's the top card of your deck, banish it and play it in the combat chain.
For the first time, Warrior maybe cares about Opt.
This is a maybe. Yeah, this is a maybe. And then Out for Blood, target weapon gets +3. If the defending hero has defended, of course, your next attack gets +1. So this actually is pretty good because we're going to be going wide with this deck.
Yep.
So I feel like this is a really important one. So let's have Out for Blood in the link here.
And what's the difference between the red and the blue versions?
It's only +3, +2, +1, but all of them have the Reprise at +1 to your next attack. So it could also be run at the blue level, I think. I'm going to put the blue on top here, just to look. Iron Song Determination, target weapon gets +1 and dominate until end of turn, go again. Probably not as critical for this build. I'm going to put it in the maybe pile.
I definitely don't think it is.
It's kind of the big one. Steel Blade Shunt, that's the defend, deal a damage to the attacking hero if it's a weapon attack. Are you going to be playing that? Is that a weapon attack? All right, we're going to put some in here.
It is a weapon. Show enough. It's good art, too.
It's so good. Such good art. And you could probably run these at red, yellow, and blue, too, if you wanted to.
You definitely beat me in a game on the defense.
Wasn't that
with
funny? It felt very cool.
That's a word for it, I guess.
Sharpened Steel, next weapon attack is +3, go again. Standardly good. I don't know. Is that good enough? I'm going to leave it out for now. We'll come back for it if we need it. It's pretty generic. Sharpened Steel goes to, I've got a lot of those, Nature's Path Pilgrimage. Your next weapon attack gains +3. If it hits, puts it in your arsenal. It's fine.
You were really big on that last time for some reason.
Yeah, I was probably doing something weird. I think the thing about this one that's going to be nice is that the Centauri Sabers, since we're going wide, it's likely we can get one of them to hit. So, you know, if you block the first one, then you play the Pilgrimage. I just wish it was a reaction. It's a good card. Don't get me wrong. It's a good card. All right, over to your stack. Show me the go-agains.
Warrior's Valor. Your next attack this turn gets +3. If it hits, the attack gains go again.
Yeah, that one should be in there. But in the stack. Put it in the stack. That's our
You
go-again
want all three
stack.
colors?
I think so. It's easy.
All right. Then you have Iron Song Response. If the defending hero is defended with a card from their hand, this chain link target weapon attack gets +3, and it's attack reaction for 0.
That's pretty good. I mean, it's just universally good. I don't know if it's
What colors you want?
We're running that one for the bonus, right? The +3?
Definitely the red.
So it's the red, yeah.
Then you get Overpower. Target weapon gets +4, cost 3. Reprise the defendant, obviously. The attack gets an additional +2.
Don't need it.
This is the card you want. Driving Blade, 2 cost. Your next weapon attack gets +3 and go again. Go again.
All of them.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. We get to run Driving Blade. Do we get to run Lunging Press yet? Is that in the Ira deck only? That with the trident hitting the shield?
I have it in my stack. You can use it.
Does it do anything interesting?
I love that trident. One day we will be able to run that trident.
Generic reaction +1. No.
You need the red version.
Not a bad blue, I guess.
All right. Stroke of Foresight. It's a 1-cost reaction. Target weapon gets +3. Reprise. Draw a card, then put a card from your hand on the top or bottom of your deck. Really good with that thing.
Unified Decree. That makes a lot of sense, as it does with the old Singing Steel Blade, I believe. Oh no, that's a search your deck. Yeah. Let's just keep our eye on it.
Put it in the maybe.
There you go. Keep that foil around.
Then next, you get Biting Blade. Target weapon gets +3. It's a reaction. Then Reprise. Weapons you control gain +1 until the end of turn.
All weapons?
Weapons.
Weapons you control gain +1?
Mhm.
That's got to be in there, right?
It seems
If you
like
have 2 weapons, that's double the value.
I mean, If there was a moment built for this card,
Yeah,
it's this one.
Yeah. You could probably run that at yellow and blue too.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you all of them.
Well, thanks. What a bud. Yeah,
What's your
Dider, I do
bud,
like the
pal?
new bow for Ranger. I love it. It's absolutely gorgeous.
All right,
card.
that's it.
That's it. Okay, this is easy. Then what about the normal cards? The
Generics?
normie cards. Yeah.
There's
the
a lot of
generics.
them. It's this row.
Ooh, gross. Can you guys tell me out there in the chat any generic cards that you would suggest for this kind of a wider warrior deck? Particularly things that give weapon attacks or attacks go again is really what I'm looking for.
This is gonna be lead the charge.
Yep, I've done this before. I've been down this road
I think
before.
it's lead the charge.
Yeah. Does Razor Reflex do it as well, or is that a different one? I'm going to start building with what we have.
Yep.
So with the ideas, honestly, Biting Blade probably gets good. Razor Reflex, Driving Blade. Okay, we've got Razor Reflex here. We've got Driving Blade here.
Yeah, Razor Reflex gives a sword or a dagger. Target attack action card with a cost of 1 or less gains +2, and if it hits, go again.
Yes.
Sword or dagger is +2,
Yes.
but it doesn't give go again. Just buyer beware of that. Hold on.
This one does. Target attack. Oh, target attack action card. I don't need that.
Yeah, lead the charge doesn't work with weapons either.
So, I mean, already, just with these, we've got 2, 4,
The main
6.
thing is you're just not having to run attack actions as much.
Yep. We've got 8 cards that give go again. Is that it? That's the best we can do to give these blades go again? That's all?
Don't you have some over here?
Nope. Anybody, am I missing anything? Lead the charge, no. No. Lead the charge, no. Flock of the, yeah, Flock. I need Flock of the Featherwalkers, please. That's that quicken token.
I thought there was one more that gave go again.
This one, the Glint did, but that was it. No.
Flock. Let's find the flock.
Flock's great. Always loved that card.
Another card that... Let me find it.
Come to the fight? Come to the fight's interesting.
Isn't it an attack action card, though?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I'll find
We'll
it
have to find it.
in this massive pile of neutrals.
That's right.
Flock,
Don't sleep on the time snap potions either.
Flock of the Featherwalkers. So, there's a cost to play it. Reveal a card in your hand with a cost of 1 or less. Create an aura token with when you play an attack action card or attack with a weapon, destroy it. Then the attack gains go again. But it doesn't have go again.
Yeah, you just got to do the attack. You get that quicken aura, and then your next turn you get to
Which ones
have
do you
a
want?
double. What's the difference? Just
the attack stat.
Okay.
It's a 5/4/3.
Yeah, so I just need the token. We'll do all 3. Do blue and yellow, and we'll see where the resource curve lands.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Come to the fight. What does that one do?
So right
Oh, it's only action cards. Doesn't work.
Yeah.
There's always Crazy Brew. People are calling for Crazy Brew and Nimbleism.
Nimbleism is good.
Nimbleism, Nimble Strike. Maybe this is a deck that can actually run it.
So do you want Razor Reflex? Is
You're
that
like
card?
you're like a human deck builder. I'm like searching and like add this
I have
card
a
to the
slow
deck.
processor though, because I have to physically.
Let's do Crazy Brew, and then let's proxy Gambler's Gloves.
Okay.
Let's do that. I'm gonna do that. Oh, that sounds so awesome, actually. Yeah, Nimble Strike, Nimbleism getting some love. That's cool. I'd like to be able to run that. My deck builder's stuck on a 1990s processor here.
Yeah. 88 actually. Get it?
Little Zac 2E.
Get it? Nimbleism. The next attack action card with a cost of 1 or less. That doesn't work. How many attack
What does
actions
Nimble
you taking?
Strike do then?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing, I'm sure. 0. Cost 3 does nothing.
Let me find it.
Should we get like an interface for the stream?
Are you sinking below?
I mean, am I running a deck? Is that what you asked?
I think so. Here's your Crazy Brews.
Thank you. Ooh, foil.
You want some time snaps?
Yes. I bought those 2 foil time snaps for our collection, and I'll gladly be running them. Thank you
For
very
our
much.
collection,
I've contributed so much to this.
What about energy potions? You an energy potion guy?
Yeah, always.
We bought 2 of those foil too. Look at that.
I'm going to be popping potions like it's going out of style here.
What sink belows would you like?
The red ones.
Done. Is that it?
No, I'm waiting on that nimble strike still. Yeah.
We'll get
now
there.
we've got sub-processors on processors.
When you have too many processors running at the same time, it's a problem.
That's right.
You said nimble strike, eh?
Yeah, let's see nimble strike.
Nimble strike is red for 1 for 4 damage. It's just a cost to play it. You can banish a card named Nimbleism from your graveyard. If you do, it gains +1 and go again.
That's in. I feel like this is a go again strategy.
What
so let's
colors?
do Nimbleism, nimble strike. Nimble strike at 4 with red is fine for me.
3 with yellow is pretty good too,
3 is easily blockable.
but it's +1.
Oh, let's do that. Yeah. Ooh, a foil.
Shiny.
Every time. I love it.
And then, because you have Flock, which is an attack action, like you have a decent number of attack actions here.
Yeah.
Here's a Nimbleism red is 0 cost. Next attack action card with a cost 1 or less you play gets +3. So that make your Flock +3.
Let's do it. Let's just throw the red in here. That's all we need. Just do the red. We'll just do a fun little... just a fun little... and then maybe I just do the yellow nimble strike to add resources. If I don't have the Nimbleisms yet, I can just pitch it. Otherwise, I can... I'm going to do that just right away. Just straight cuts. And really, I mean, you don't even need... You could do blue Nimbleism here. Because you really just need it. No, because if you pitch it, then it's not in your discard pile, and then you don't get the nimble strike. Okay.
That's
right. Okay.
You got there.
4 Nimbleism, 2 strikes, says Jude. Look, can we do a yellow Nimbleism as well? I apologize.
Well, it's one thing. Your computer will never get angry at you. There you go.
Okay. We're sleeping on lead the charge, says Ryan. Now, Ryan knows the rules pretty well.
Lead the charge.
Your next attack action card is go again, and
No.
etc.
The next time you play an action card with a 0 cost or greater, gain an action point. Go again.
Oh.
So
It's kind of like go again, but not quite.
You
Let's run a red. Let's get 2 reds. 2 red lead the charge. Let's just do it. Let's see what it looks like.
Well-
Get it on the table.
I think it's good because you have the cards that
Settles it for me.
give you the like your Dauntless as an example. It's an action. It already has go again, so you get a bonus action point with lead the charge in play.
It's not just an attack action. Oh!
Action card. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get red lead the charge for sure. Cost 0 or greater. So let's look at my, let's look at my attack action cards and see.
Yeah, because yellow is cost 1 or greater.
Attack, action, 2, that's a reaction.
No, that's an action.
Yeah, so this is 2, this is 1. This would be, that's all that I've got right now. This would be a 0, Iron Song, but we didn't even want that one in the deck. Action here is 1. So
Your potions are all actions.
we can at least run yellow. Are they really? They are.
Generic action. So red, if you play this, those get go again, basically.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It says that right there on the card?
The next time you play an action card with a cost 0 or greater this turn, gain an action point.
This is an action card. It says generic action. Wow. Yeah, red and yellow.
Yellow, now yellow means they have to cost 1 or greater to work.
Which
so they won't
that's
work
all
with
my
your
warrior
potions.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's all my warrior stuff.
I think it's really good. Here you go.
Okay. Lead the charge. Done. We got the time snaps in there. We got lead the charge. Okay, now the things that are really important for the deck. I started sleeving. It's a premature sleeving situation. Nimbleism and Nimble Strike. That did sound a little gross, I'll be honest with you. Driving Blade is important. We're going to do all 3, all 6 of them.
I couldn't handle it.
All 6 of them.
Whew.
The Driving Blade.
That was hilarious.
This deck is built for Driving Blade, and don't you love seeing different weapons that are now all of a sudden like, oh yeah.
And they're making you use cards that you previously weren't using. Like,
Maybe I should have been, because this does seem good with Dawnblade as well, but
You know.
yeah, that I wasn't using, yes, that's correct. And then Glint, the Quicksilver has got to be in, because it's literally what I'm trying to do.
and like honestly, that art is just too rad not to have
It's
around.
too rad. Too rad, man. Biting Blade is also just really the whole point of this deck.
Yeah, you gotta bite me with the blades.
You gotta bite you with blades. But how many is too many, right? How many is too many? Pick a number between 1 and 6.
0 is too many. 6 is fine.
Okay, all right, they're in.
Like, you're attacking with weapons and not with your cards.
Let's min max. Let's go. I'm in. I'm so ready. What's this stack?
That's all the generics that you previously were running with Doranthia.
Oh, well, that seems relevant.
There's
What
a
was I
Phlox.
doing though?
Phlox, you had lead the charge, push the point. There's some sink belows,
What
life
does
for
push
life.
the point do? I remember liking that card.
1 cost, generic action, attack. The last attack on this combat chain hit against +2.
So a 1 for 6. Ooh, that's pretty good with Centauri too. That's the next level of like this deck. Okay, we've got all of our go again stuff. We've got the Nimble Strike. Out for blood is necessary. I think this is another one that's really important. I'm just gonna put him in a sleeve and we're gonna cut him. Don't worry, we're gonna cut him. But again, it's hitting a weapon attack. It's making the next weapon attack +1. We're going wide, we may as well go wide, right? Because we also got to think of how to end that chain. The chain ender, if you will. Okay, done. Out for blood, that's important. Dauntless, I feel like this is a good card. But I feel like I only want to run it at blue, because I'm getting it for the defending, making it hard to defend with the reactions.
I really dig that art.
Isn't that good? That's the kind of stance where it's just like, okay,
Do not mess with
you're
her.
clearly awesome. I get it. I understand. Lead the charge, probably put both of those in there, yeah?
Yep, you out of sleeves?
Oh, I don't know.
That means you're out of
Is that really the end of the deck? No, it can't be.
No!
All right, let's look.
You
Let's
should
count.
be at 40.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
you sleeved
13,
these, too.
14,
You're sniping
15,
sleeves
16,
here.
17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 28. 29, 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 6, 7, 38. You're right. Oh, wait, I'm going to do these in blue. It's going to be awesome. I love that kind of stuff. Okay, done and done.
You just put that in.
I did that wrong. Okay. We already have to start cutting?
These weren't sleeved either, so I think you're missing 2 sleeves still.
Is it the Doranthia that's sleeved that I'm missing, maybe?
I don't know.
Maybe I was running 39.
I know what you probably did. You probably took cards out of Doranthia and left them in the sleeve and put them in a different deck.
It's classic.
There's your 2 sleeves.
Absolutely classic. Okay, we've got these potions. Maybe this is too many potions.
With 4 lead the charges,
All right.
they're a great lead the charge bait.
All right, potions are in.
I'm not trying to sell you on it, but
Well, you're doing it. You're doing a good job of it, too. Okay,
nailed it.
so right off the bat, let's just start cutting some stuff. I think with Biting Blade, man, Biting Blade, you're good, though.
I think you got to run 6 biting blades.
6 driving is here as well? Biting
what's
and driving?
do?
This is the go again one.
I thought biting was go again.
Biting is that your next, all your weapons get +1 until end of turn.
I probably went 4 of that.
It's a reaction.
I thought it was the one giving you go again.
So I'm going to run this at yellow and blue, I think. Because the red is just +3, +2, +1, so. You got to have the money. Let's not sleep on the
All
money.
about the money,
Okay,
money.
boom. Nimble Strike. Are we into the Nimble combo here?
I am not.
Next attack action card with 1 or less you play this turn gains +3. How many attack action cards do I have?
This is the flock of the feathers.
Almost none. All right, it's out.
That's what I'm saying.
Cut.
Obviously, the nimble strike is an attack as well,
Cut.
but it's just clogging up your deck.
Cut, 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 cut. You went out there and watch Space Ghost Coast to Coast?
That's that episode, right? It's just screeching. What's his name? The bug?
Zorak.
There it is.
The bug.
Genius show.
All right, out for blood.
What to do?
Target weapon gets +3.
Mm-hmm.
Reprise. Next weapon attack gets +1.
I like that a lot, man.
I like it a lot too.
1 for 4 all day.
All of them. Which pulls? All of them.
I like the potions.
All the potions, yeah. Dauntless, of course, at blue. I think that's totally fine. Just a little tech piece there. Lead the charge and flock, probably.
All about it, yeah.
Give me that blue flock. Is that right? What's blue flock and what are the different? Oh,
It's just the attack value.
I just want the token. I don't care about the attack value. Blue and yellow? Yellow and red? Yellow only?
Yellow is really good because it's a 4.
Let's get the 2 yellows.
Yellow is the jams. Let's put this in your short stack over there.
Okay, then do we do the kind of obvious?
Yes. The good cards.
Okay, so 2 routes.
What's route do again?
It's the attack reaction, only comes in red, +3. Oh man, I already got used to the symbols. I was like, but the rarity isn't on here. It's so much better. +3, and reprise, you can return a defending card to their hand.
Yeah.
So we'll do that. That's a good route forever. Singing Steelblade, you gotta love that. Steelblade Supremacy, you gotta love that.
What's that Iron Tongue Dominance do?
Not quite good
Domination.
enough for us. +1 and dominate on a weapon.
Nope.
But that's a big stack.
Not here.
Red Sink Below.
Mm-hmm.
Just because we're playing. Okay. Could do a Steelblade Supremacy or Steelblade Shunt there. Big old defense reaction. I like it in blue actually because I need the money anyway. And then what else do we have? The Iron Song response. If you've defended +3, that's not super critical. Oh my gosh, Warrior's Valor. We've been missing you were right. This is the critical card. The next weapon attack this turn is +1. If it hits, it gains go again.
There it is.
Yeah.
I knew there was another card
Yep.
in my heart of hearts.
Well, I think this is like a
6-up situation.
this is maybe a 6-up
Yeah,
situation.
you're gonna have to find some cuts.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Can we just min-max this thing?
What are you cutting?
I'll just cut the stuff that's genuinely, generally good. So Steelblade's great, obviously. Target weapon tagging is +1 here. The defending hero is defended. You may banish it. Play another check. Seeing Steelblade is too good. Flock of the Featherwalkers is great. Dauntless is good. I'm going to leave it in. It's also a new card.
By the way, Flock would lead the charge is insane.
It's real good.
Because play Flock, it gets you an extra action, and it gives you the Quicken token. So then you would get 2 things after that.
What is Flock? What is Flock?
You can put it under there.
Is it under the Dauntless pile?
Just now.
Yeah, I did just do that, yeah. It costs 1, so yes, Warrior's Valor, all of the cards are going to work with it with Lead the Charge. Okay. So we probably stick here on Lead the Charge. Dauntless is kind of a pro play. We'll probably cut 1 out for blood, 1 copy of either yellow, red, or blue. I probably cut the reds here. Because again, money, because let's not forget, I mean, you need 2 money every turn just for the sabers. And then the go again stuff. Let's cut the red out for blood. Let's put all these Warrior Valors back in.
Gotta have them.
Cool.
Cool.
And then you could do Unified Decree because it's awesome. I mean, we technically have a deck here.
How many spots you got left?
None.
All right, you're done, dude.
All right, let's do it. Let's run it.
Run it, Charlie.
Run it, Charlie.
I have to build my deck. That's going to be an experiment.
Artagnan, 100% correct. Space Ghost is legit one of the major foundations for my sense of humor. You would fit in well around here. You would fit in very well.
Here's all your redrags.
Okay, so let's just run this. I mean, I'm very light on defense reactions, which I'm upset about.
That's normal for a warrior, though, right?
You
don't have very many defense reactions. It's like
I got that Steel Blade, though. That Steel Blade Shunt is an incredibly good card.
Well, there's a lot of good cards these days.
I know, that's the problem. Deck building's hard. That's why it's fun.
The more cards that come out, the more difficult it's going to get.
That is why it's fun. Yeah, Driving Blade. This is all just
so
too
you're
good to
replacing the
cut.
vest. You're running the. We're gonna put the gauntlets here, but you're running the bracers.
We'll just flip it over.
You have your. I assume you're gonna run the refraction bolters.
Yeah, that seems like
your
what
weapon
I would
attack
wear.
hits. You can destroy them to go again.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Then you had a couple hoods last time.
So against you, I probably have to run Null Run, right? Since you're doing all your arcane garbage.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
All right, done.
Built. Now we get to go a totally different direction.
I love this game, man.
It's super good.
The deck building is so fun. I'm finally starting to understand it.
All right, let's take a look at Visceray. Get this Nebula Blade out of here. Visceray, when you would play a Runeblade card, if you have played another non-attack action card this turn, create a Rune Chant token. And cough. Then I have the new piece of equipment called the Bloodsheath Skeleta. Instant, I can destroy it. The next attack action card and non-attack action card costs 1 less for each Rune Chant token I control. So that's going to be a mega turn. I'm setting up for a big turn. Reaping Blade is a new weapon. Once per turn, 1 cost to attack, 3 damage, and then if a hero has more health, they cannot gain life. I don't see a lot of those. Oh, you're Crazy Brew.
That's true.
Shutting it down.
Yeah, it's true.
So technically for that static effect, I would want you to have more life than me. But then I have my Crown of Dichotomy, which is my Runeblade equipment from the second set. Action, 1 cost, destroy it, put the target Runeblade attack action card and target Runeblade non-attack action card from my graveyard on top of my deck. So you see what's happening. The Crown lets me get the 2 back I want, and the Bloodsheath Skeleton lets me play them for like nothing, which is super good.
Don't like it. I hope you can put this together because it always terrifies me when I build the Ruin Man.
Well, let's do it. So I'm basically setting up. I also have the Mage Master boots currently. That's what you were running previously. You can destroy them. The next non-attack action card you play against go again. So this is all.
Those non-attack action cards are really important. It's almost like I wish they had a different name. Like I wish there was action cards and then like.
Scratchy are into the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Action and reaction, but they can all be played as things.
If there was like combat cards and then action cards, and a combat card is basically an attack action. I don't know. There's reasons.
I mean, you could call it an event, or like you have instant right now for the other stuff.
It's just annoying to always see non-attack action card. That's a lot of text.
It's a lot of words to say.
A lot of words.
All right, let's run it down.
Run it.
Run it. Starting with the fancy stuff, become the Arc Knight. Visceray specialization. Either choose one. Technically, is the proper nomenclature. Discard a non-attack action card. Search your deck for a Runeblade attack action card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand. Then shuffle your deck. Go again. So free. Do that.
You go Park Ranger.
Or discard an attack action card. Search your deck for a non-attack action card. Reveal it. So basically, you can discard one thing to go get the other. Yeah, you can discard non-attack to create an attack, or you can discard an attack to create a non-attack action. Pretty good. Then we have the birthday candles. 9th Blade of the Blood Oath. 9 cost. Costs 1 less to play for each Rune Chant token you control. 9 damage. So
this is the big one.
Check this out, though.
It's traditionally hard to pull off, but
look at this Bloodsheath Skeleton. Destroy it. The next non-attack and attack action costs 1 less to play for each Rune Chant token. So their powers combined, if you have 4 Rune Chant tokens, it's -4 and -4.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
This is the big money, no whammy I'm searching for.
Now we get to play the birthday cake for once.
Birthday cake.
So you might just swing once in this game and win.
That's the goal.
Okay, I like this. Bring it on.
Bring it on. All right, then we have a few other fancies. I wish I had a second copy of this. Mordred Tide, 0 cost until the end of turn. If I would create a rune chant token, instead create that many +1. I need 2 of these.
Mordred Tide's so good. Yeah,
Arcanite Ascendancy.
You're finding what I find, which is I like all the cards.
Yeah. 6 cost, specialization. It costs 1 less to play for each rune chant token I control. If it hits, create X rune chant tokens where X is the damage dealt by it. Dominate. And it's a 5. Do you have a pile of the new cards for me?
Are you going to be the guy
Yeah.
Are you going to be the guy that figures this out in
We'll see.
our group?
My goal, of 2. My goal is to figure out him and also Kano the Wizard, or Wizard in general.
Yeah, I think you have to choose one. Otherwise, you'll go insane.
That's maybe the
We
way
need Kendall
to
to
get
show
there.
us how to play the Runeblade.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, he would dominate. He would come in here and be like, I put together this Runeblade deck, and it's just like, do.
Kendall, if you're ever watching this, comment, because I want to know. All right, then we have the new card, Mavrian. Mavrian Skies. 0 cost. The next Runeblade attack action you play this turn gains go again, and if it hits, create 3 tokens. Generically good. This is a 6er for me.
May as well run 6 of the new one, right?
Yep.
Just see it in action.
We also get the Dread Triptych. If you've played a non-attack action card, rune chant token, if you've dealt. So like, if you play Mordred Tide, which I need another copy of, and then you play Dread Triptych, it's like it creates 1 because this is in play, it creates a 2nd, then because of Visceray's ability, you create a 3rd. That's a pretty good little interaction.
And if you've just done
happening
a little rune damage, a little arcane damage, you get an extra one. It's just not going to happen very often.
Is this all my cards?
Doesn't look like it.
Oh, there they are. I was like, that's just a tiny
that
little
helpful?
itty bitty stack. All right, so let's keep going through the cards, and I'm going to pull out the stuff I might want. But I'm basically looking to set up go get the 2 cards I want with whatever it is. My helmet, the Crown of Dichotomy, if I have to. Otherwise, I'll just set it up. But put them on top. Then I basically get to play them for free with my rune chant. And when I'm playing them, I want them to fire. So get to like 7, 8, 9 tokens. Play a big attack for free, like the Birthday Candles, the 9th Blade of the Blood Oath.
Yeah.
And then hopefully hit for more damage than you can possibly deal with.
Maybe I should run that Steel Blade Shunt.
I recant. All right, we have Oath of the Arknight. Your next Runeblade attack gains +3. Create a rune chant token. Go again. That's interesting. I like the red one.
Are you going tall? Like, is your idea to build up a bunch of rune chant tokens and then swing?
I think so. Like, I don't know.
Like when you're playing that fighting game and they're on the other side of the screen and they just keep charging up, and then you're like, oh man, hope I can get that Kamehameha in there before and then all of a sudden you die.
I mean, the thing about like Bloodsheath and in any of these things is like you only really need 3 or 4 rune chant tokens for most of your cards to be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So like even 4 when 9th Blade's hitting, if you're firing both because the 9th Blade and that, 4 is all you need to make this a 1-cost card.
Yeah.
So like I don't think you need 20. And I think having a deck that's built to only hit once is a certain kind of
a little risky
risk. We'll see.
I don't know, man. People were talking. People say that's possible. I'm not that people. Chris saying, I play Runeblade the same way. Make them spin the cards to power Arcane Barrier and defend every turn. Lots of hand pressure.
So like Rune Flash is an example. It's a 3/4 with Go Again, but it costs 1 less for each rune chant token you have. So like I think
all those cards are absolute money.
That's just a great card, right?
Yeah, Bugatti. Tom McCall saying, in some games it's like, what else should I add to this deck? In this game, it's like, which cards can I afford to leave out? That's a good sign, isn't it?
That is a really good sign. Drawn to the Dark Dimension. Costs 1 less for each rune chant token you control. Draw a card after you play it.
Apparently it's D'Artagnan. Where's D'Artagnan? If you ever need to read that again, we got the hot tip from Nathan, like the Musketeer.
D'Artagnan.
I don't know. This card makes me...
I like this Dider saying, I want to play Runeblade similar to Replicating Perfection, which is Netrunner. Tax them for small things, rune chant in this case, and build advantage over time. It's good ideas.
I'm running the red and currently blue of Spellblade Strike. It creates a rune chant token.
Oh, it's in the chat. D'Artagnan. Cool. Okay, I get it. Yeah. D'Artagnan.
See, I read it as D'Artagnan. Why is the D and the A capitalized?
D'Artagnan.
You're just throwing us for a loop here.
Amplify the Arknight. Costs 1 less for each rune chant token.
Yeah,
It's
you
a
gotta run them all.
3/6. I even like
It's a
the
deck of 80
3/5,
cards.
honestly. And the 3/4. Just kidding. Not as good. All right, Spellblade Assault. I just need to see all these cards. Ooh, create 2 rune chant tokens. That seems good. I don't know if it's good enough though. Reduce to rune chant. 1 cost. Reduce to rune. It costs 1 less to play for each rune chant token you control. Create a rune chant token. Oh, it's a defense reaction. Hello. That one's getting all up in here.
All right.
That's right. There we go.
I was not ready for that card. Read the runes. Runes. Runeblade action. 0 cost. Create 3 rune chant tokens. What am I supposed to do with all these cards?
I know, right? They're all good and they're all doing similar things. It's overwhelming.
It's whelming. This is my card.
I'm getting whelmed.
Bloodspill Invocation. 1 cost.
SWAT.
Go again. It's an aura. When an attack, let me read Visceral's ability.
When an attack, let me read. I'm going with Red Dauntless in case anybody's there keeping track at home.
Oh my goodness. I can't play all these cards.
And yet,
I'm gonna. Somehow. Okay, well I got to the end of these cards. So let me reassess my life really quick. My brain was not ready for this challenge.
yeah, dude, welcome to the club. This is a deck that runs yellows. Guys, what I started doing too is I started looking at what can I do with 3 resources in a turn. I think that's important. Because like you really want to drop the 1 blue card and then have an awesome turn. That's really what you want to do. So instead of helping Zach like he helped me, I'm going to be selfish.
Yeah, you're
and
gonna
look at
go
my
just do
own
your own
deck
thing.
here. Yeah.
I have to come
day
up with a
is it?
strategy.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's a pretty good idea, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been thinking these past few weeks that that's really how we can improve at this game is starting to come up with strategies.
They seem important. Yep. Mm-hmm. You're
funny.
You're a funny guy. Lead the charge seems good here.
It's always good, man. Who doesn't want to lead the charge? You've seen Hamilton.
Not gonna miss
D'Artagnan
my shot.
meaning from Artagnan. Oh, well, that's fairly easy.
Ah, yeah, dude. Lead the charge is all up in this business.
Tom McCall on it here. I think Tom's got the best of it. A good strategy is to buy another box. That's how to win right there.
I agree with this strategy. I think I will do that. Let's just skip all the games here.
Just get down to business.
Let's get down to business. To defeat
The Huns. Okay, what if...
This is a lot. I suddenly feel whelmed, for sure.
A little over though, right? You're a little overwhelmed. Here's what I'm finding. So Warrior's Valor is top notch. I think Biting Blade might be too expensive. Ooh, Driving's a 2-coster too.
I have a rules question for the geniuses out there, or the people that are just more familiar. Lead the Charge says, like Lead the Charge red is, the next time you play an action card with a cost 0 or greater this turn, gain 1 point. Does that cost refer to the printed cost or the cost I'm paying?
I should probably be listening to this. Next weapon attacks +1, go again. Okay. So, Centauri Saber. +1, go again. Centauri Saber. So I gotta come up with 4
Printed cost.
resources.
Okay, that's way better. Let me look this down here. So I'm definitely running the Malvarian Skies. Gives everything go again.
I wonder if I'm on... I wonder. Huh, man, I'm seeing through the matrix here. Let me tell you.
Yeah?
A little bit. The things you thought that you were doing right, you're not. Or in my case, that I thought. You kind of decide, are you doing a yellow resource curve or a blue resource curve? Am I the only one that does this now? Weapons get +1 until end of turn. Card from their hand that's changed. The weapons you control get +1. Okay, so Biting Blade. How do I go again with Biting Blade in the same turn? I have to play Biting Blade and Driving Blade. That costs 4. I have to attack twice. That's 6. That's 2 blues. Okay, well, I guess that's feasible. Yeah, Robert, it is tricky. Okay, Dudder, maybe I'm on the right track then. Blue and red are like a few yellows, because I'm kind of looking at, are my turns generally 4 resource turns, 3 resource turns? And if you're usually a 4 resource turn, you're just going to have to pitch 2 yellows probably, or a blue and a red. If you're 3 resource turns, you're pitching a blue. Yellow then would really be for 2 resource turns primarily. Interesting. Okay. So, because red and blue makes 4 and 2 yellows make 4. This game is insane.
Yep.
The game is insane. Why is this happening?
Why is James crying?
That's right. I agree with that. Why? So maybe that's true, Nick. I think that is maybe the most important point. Red and blue, did you know that red and blue makes purple? Whereas red and yellow makes orange.
What does that have to do with this?
We're just trying to build red, yellow, and blue on the deck building here. And trying to figure out why we would do one or the other. Maybe now we're getting it. Okay, then we go out for yes. Okay, I'm starting to get somewhere. This is when my decks go sideways, just straight into the wall. When I think I'm doing something like that I didn't understand, and then it's just always wrong.
And it's just bad.
You know it's true. It's
Yeah.
always wrong.
Well, you never know.
That double obsession deck haunts me to this day. Rebuilt it in the car. It was awful. Your next weapon is +1, go again.
It's crazy because like I don't even know how to explain what I'm doing here.
I don't either.
But
That's right. I think I'm making it worse.
well, there's one good way to find out.
That's so true. Okay, and then Biting Blade. No. Do I have the red Biting Blades in here? You really got to choose. I think that's kind of the idea. Okay, man. Man.
My brain hurts. I need potions.
Okay, cool. I think we can get a good turn here. If we do the Biting Blade, and then we might actually end up cutting these other ones because the 2 cost is just hard to manage. So that's where you can come in with like your Steel Blade Shunt reactions. And then there's got to be some secret sauce here. Maybe it is Iron Song Determination. Maybe that's the kind of closer moment. This is already feeling much better.
What'd you change?
Nothing.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
I'm very worried. So worried. Can't you hear my worry in my voice?
It's real funny. I like the things that I get to say on this stream. Tor asking here, how much deck building in this game is spent on counters to your possible opponents? Here's where it's good, Tor. Very little. Only because in full constructed, you have a 20-card sideboard basically at the start of the game. So we both reveal our characters and weapons, and then you have 80 cards that you bring to the game, and then you can choose 60 of those to run. So you get to know what your opponent's playing before you officially kind of finish your deck. So you have 80 cards that you start with. You trim it down to 60 after you see what they're running. So you can counter it in a way that, you know, you can counter, they're going to know what you're playing, you're going to know what they're playing. You make your deck choices. And it means that you don't have to run like garbage silver bullet cards in your deck just on the off chance you hit this or that in the metagame. So it's very cleverly done. Okay, so Steel Blade, and then I've got 2 spots open. So I'm going to try to find something that's just surprising. Boy, there's always Stroke of Foresight, isn't there?
Indeed.
There's always Iron Song response. And there's always Determination. Man, oh man, there's always everything. There's always all these cards I want to run. I start to get overwhelmed. Okay, and then you got Sharpened Steel too. Just a classic. Nope, not gonna run the Pilgrimage. Okay. Valor. Response, yep.
6, 12.
Can't run these 3-cost ones. You just can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sure people can do it, but I can't. It's just too expensive. Fighting Blade here. Okay, well, I think I found my answer. This deck building is starting to get really, really good.
Yeah. 43. Got to cut 3.
Yep. I think Unified Decree is going in. Ooh, or the Foresight. The Foresight's so good, too. Let's try Unified Decree. Let's see what happens with that. That's a new card. Let's give it a shot. I could tweak these decks forever.
That is the trick.
Have you figured this out yet?
I think so. I think I'm on to you.
Did you get it? Did you figure it out? It's very, very impressive. So it's solved. Done. The end.
Definitely. Yep. Visceray.
Visceray. I'm gonna go get a snack. You want anything?
Okay. Just don't die.
Just drop the phone.
That would be the ideal scenario. So, this will be interesting.
So what's your idea? See what the chat has to say about it. I'll
Yeah,
be back
so-
in a second.
Basically, let me grab a Rune Chant token. I think we have a card that'll pop for that.
You won't need those.
You might be surprised. So Rune Chant token, when you play an attack action card or attack with a weapon, you destroy a Rune Chant. Any Rune Chants in play can react when they destroy and they deal an arcane damage. So it's kind of weird because like there's a lot of cards that get reduced in cost by the number of rune chant tokens you have, including birthday candles, which is super powerful. But if you are doing an attack every turn, you're basically using up all your rune chant tokens. And then if your opponent has arcane barrier, that's the only way to defend against that damage. So they can pay for each rune chant token to basically cancel the damage. So what you want to do is like stack them up where you at least have like 4 or 5 of them, and you force your opponent to use a bunch of the resources to block that damage. But ideally, you do it on the same turn that you're getting one of your more expensive attacks for free, basically, because you have so many rune chants going on. And so if you can pull that off, so it's kind of a weird like waiting game where you're just kind of building this threat, and then you want to, the turn your opponent looks like they're about to have a really big turn, you want to force them to not have a big turn by having to defend. Not unlike any other strategy, but
Sounds like Flesh and Blood to me.
it's just there's a different kind of resource to manage. So a lot of times what you want to do, because Viscera, when you play a Runeblade card, if you've played another non-attack action card that turn, you gain a rune chant token. So if you can basically build, you're not doing damage yet, but you're building those rune chant tokens, then those rune chant tokens are going to turn into both resources and damage on a future turn. So that's kind of the game you're playing. Let me count my sleeves.
The game you're playing is getting chopped up, buddy. Anesthesia Cat asking how you feeling about Wizard currently.
I like Wizard. I was actually doing some deck building this weekend with none of the new cards, but with Bravo and Kano, and I'm really excited to get both of them back on the table. I feel like I know what I'm doing much more than I did last time I was building and playing. Let's line this up appropriately. How are you feeling about it?
I like those little mountains at the bottom. It's nice.
The Hothscape?
Mm-hmm.
I love this Crown of Dichotomy. Every time. The blue and purple horn on that thing. Woo!
Here, Nazgul boy.
This is my rune chant token. I'll put a die on it. I'm also going to put these away, and then I'm going to use the bathroom, and then I'll be ready.
All right, so I'm going to proxy the Gambler's Gloves. Also using the new Courage of Blade Hold equipment. Don't let me forget about it. It's so tidy when you get these equipments out.
Yeah, it's cool.
Okay.
Definitely the most like compelling part of the game is the weapons and armor.
I probably am most this warrior 2 one-handed weapons.
Super good.
It's actually everything I've been looking for, and I didn't even realize it.
Lo and behold, I like.
Yeah, it's like, I know this may be a surprise to many of you, but I did a lot of fighting with fake weapons. As recently as like 3 or 4 years ago, padded weapons, we call it melee. You probably have a word for it in your given culture, etc. Anyway, 2 swords was my jam. The old sword dancer style of fighting. Some of my best memories. Man, I used to do that after school all the time too. Jonathan, you're probably pulling up pops. Jonathan remembers that. Fighting together. Oh, right, yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was a really silly way to align those blades. There we go. Let's do that. We could even kind of like, make it look like the way it would be. I mean, that's pretty cool. You guys can't see that or appreciate it, but otherwise, it's perfect. Yeah, Jason. I fought with sticks, and it's the idea. You just wrap a little padding around them and duct tape them up, and you're there. You're off to the races. Tom McCall saying, Sreven and Zach. It's funny. Do you see yourselves buying S, M, and L cards? You have 3 of each when you play competitively, or be happy with what you pulled? Tom, I think we're just going to be happy with what we pulled. Probably trade a little bit. If I dove into one class and really just felt like I was ready to be like this, for instance, if I was like, man, the Centauri Dorinthia is like my dream build, I'm going to go ahead and invest in a couple of legendaries for this, I'd probably consider that, yeah. Especially if there was like organized play of some immense capacity coming up, if we could run a tournament or something. Once we're done with all this virus stuff, then I would definitely invest. I wouldn't even need cash or anything. I just want to compete at a level that I was happy with. So I'd probably do it. I might end up just playing Blitz though. I might end up just playing Sealed. I don't even know. Dieter, that Water Wizard comes out, it's done. Yeah, I will empty my bank account. I won't. It better happen before this or after this house gets built. Otherwise, it's not happening. My pockets will be turned inside out if that happens. Jay Krebs saying the moment they make a cleric class for this game, I'm all over it. I can't imagine that doesn't happen. I honestly can't imagine that doesn't happen. Now here's my question. Are we going to see in the next, so this is like the first 3 sets block. Are we going to see in set 4 new characters that are kind of spinning off of the current classes? So like, for instance, let's say a Guardian that is a cleric, healing type class. A Warrior that is like a polearm spear type class, or version of the class. Or are we going to see 8 new classes, 4 new classes? Are we going to see new classes next cycle? Big questions. Big questions.
Big reputation.
Same class, different heroes. That's my bet too.
You ready to rumble, man?
I'm so ready.
I'm super excited because at first when we were breaking down who's going to build which decks during the past 4 weeks, I thought I was going to be playing Runeblade and Brute. And then I ended up getting neither of them. I played Dash, and then I played Ninja.
Yep, Ninja was cool.
I like Ira a lot.
Yeah, had the goods.
This Reaping Blade looks awesome.
And I can't heal.
This is basically the Demon Wizard, right? That's what this is?
It's not. I don't know how demons are or not evolved. More like the Kylo Ren of the universe, but it's more the idea is you're enchanting the weapon that you have. That's what the Ruined Blade's all about. It's like you're casting magic over your sword and then you're swinging with it. That's how that's supposed to work.
Right.
But yeah, there's some kind of seemingly maybe dark power going on with the Ruined Blade. The cards seem to hint at a little bit of that, you know.
So, something about it.
It's a dark night, says Anesthesia Cat.
Okay, sort of like The Witcher. Have you seen The Witcher?
Mm-mm. Is that a video game?
It is a video game. It's also a Netflix show starring Superman.
Oh
Also
my
known as
god,
Henry
hold
Cavill.
on a second.
What?
There are 16 symbols on the back here.
Yep. It's kind of a little detail that will drive
Wait
you
a
crazy.
minute.
Does it match the logo of the classes?
Does that mean 16? What is the class logo?
Well, they're in the book. The tome.
Do you have that?
At my house.
Well, do they match or don't they?
I got to keep it secret, keep it safe.
There's like a mask. That's definitely like a roguey looking thing. You're telling me I don't have any indication on this card that it's a warrior card. Well, while I'm looking at that, you're clearly moving on to what matters. Bard, Alchemist, couple others. That's right, Tally. I remember that. Yeah, there was some stuff like mentioned in the. I guess this may be in the lore book. A bard? Ooh, I'd be all over a bard. Little like that River Scald in Ashes, Rise of Phoenix Born. That card is the jam. That River Scald, you remember in Ashes?
Mm-hmm.
Playing this little water. You guys like to party. And that's not really how Deliverance went, I guess.
Can you hear me? Oh, I got him. I've got the power.
Yeah, Dreadnought. It's so cool, right? Only now appreciating this is the alt Dorinthia weapon. So cool. I think that Dorinthia is one of the most weapon-defined heroes, and seeing her without Dawnblade is really unique. Festus asking, how's that champagne-stained playmat?
It's good.
Sometimes I still go out and ring out a little bit just to get ready for the stream.
It's not going to be a turn you expect.
I didn't expect that comment, be fully honest with you. Hit me then, would you?
Well, roll it. Even Steven. Here we go.
Oh, we need our life, team.
Even Steven, you're first.
All right, hit me.
Hold on, let me get my dark health. 3 for you. How many do I get? 20? I'm a normal. A normie.
20, here we go.
Vukuray.
You have that Vukuray yet?
No. I've been having some old fashions though.
Yeah, once you start the party, you don't stop there.
Once you know. Anesthesia cat. Zach, get your sword out of your arsenal. Ben Sweeney. Team Covenant playmaster? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Okay, so look at this turn. So if we do...
Visceray.
Wow. Things are hard. Okay. Get ready. You ready?
I hope.
0, 1. Nope. Can't do that. Cool.
Cool.
Centauri Saber attack. Dropping a Warrior's Valor. Generating. Give me a few side dice. Generating 3. Cost me 1. Here comes Dad.
Swinging for 2?
Mm-hmm. If it's an attack action card you're defending with, it's +1. Take care, Chris.
I won't defend.
Yeah, it's a good time to be into games for sure. Go into reactions. I've got one. Target weapon attack gets +3. If you defend, my next attack is +1. Pass to you.
Pass.
I'll pass as well.
5?
5 damage coming at you.
Don't forget, you can't heal.
Important to note. End of turn. Into the stack. Draw 3.
Notice I chose not to block even though I would draw my hand back.
Yeah, whoa, must be a good hand, huh? Take 5 right off the top for that hand.
All right.
I'm playing this game so much better.
Let's do this.
Tell me when something that you do is not just generating rune tokens.
Read the runes. Generate 3 rune tokens. That's my action. To put something in my arsenal.
That's it?
Yep.
You hold on to all those cards for that?
You'll see.
Okay. Okay. All right, so if I do this, I get 1 action point. This. Cool. Starting with a red, lead the charge for 0. Next time I play an action card with cost 0 or greater, gain an action point. Go again.
Okay.
I will play Crazy Brew to gain an action point. Then I'll play Warrior's Valor yellow for 1. Generate 2 resources. Technically 3, but it costs 1 for Warrior's Valor. Next weapon attack is +2. If it hits, it gains go again, and I get to go again. So then I'll pay 1 for the saber. It is currently a 4 damage attack. If you block with a weapon, or sorry, an attack action, it becomes a 5. This dice will represent the total amount.
And if it hits,
If it hits, it gains go again.
and you have a resource.
And I have 1 resource, so I will swing again. How you guys like that? Corners of the card back. That's cool. Anesthesia cat. Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's block for 2.
Destroying
And-
equipment. Yeah, get that. Selecta.
Block for 5.
Selecta. You got it.
This goes away. This gets a -1.
Crazy Brew staying in. Drawn 4. Boom. Roasted.
Boom, roasted. Indeed.
Indeed. All right, as you like.
Yeah, I'm thinking. It's dangerous business.
Quit. Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ready for this?
Yeah, bring it on, man.
It's going to immediately just
Come
be
on in.
bonks towns.
Come on in.
All right, we're going to play a red Oath of the Arknight. Cost me 2. So I'll generate here and I have 1 left over. My next Runeblade attack this turn gets +3. I also immediately create a Rune Chant token.
Courtesy of what?
It says it.
Oh, okay.
Create a Rune Chant token.
Oh, the text.
Read the
sacred
sacred text. So then I'm going to use an instant. I'm going to destroy my Bloodsheath Skeleton. Destroy Bloodsheath Skeleton, the next attack action card and non-attack action card I play. Oh, let me back this train up.
Yeah, you can start. You just pop that and then Oath into an attack.
So that's free.
You turn it over. I don't want to see it anymore.
Yeah, I just want to read it. For each Rune Chant, it's -4. So that costs -4. It's
Okay.
free. And my next attack action costs me.
And your next attack's +3 as well, yeah.
Yeah. Action, destroy this +2.
Okay, well, here we go.
And then, yeah, right? And then, my next is -4. So now I'm going to play some birthday candles.
All right, so that's a Runeblade action. So does that generate one with Viscera?
So it does generate 1, but that 1's not going to get generated. It'll get generated after I have a chance to trigger these. So these 4 are going to go in the chain. It cost me -1 for each Rune Chant token, which is -4. And this made it -4 as well. So this cost me 1 resource to play. So I have 2 floating.
So first we resolve the Rune Chants, right?
Yeah, so you have 4 damage coming at you.
Okay. And then we know that we got a birthday suit coming in at +5.
Yeah, a 14 damage attack.
That's pretty good there. All right, well, you know, let's drop the time snap to generate 3 resources. And then let's go Arcane 1, Arcane 1, Arcane 1 for 3 money, and then take 1 arcane damage.
Okay. Those are gone.
Done. Now, a 9 damage attack.
14 damage attack.
A 14 damage attack. No big deal. I don't want to pitch this.
Okay, so I popped the armor before I had the 4th Rune Chant token.
Mm-hmm.
So it's only -3, but I had
You got the cash?
excess.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. All right, the most important card is definitely... Ooh, but I like this turn, man. That's the question, isn't it? All right, let's put 5 in.
Okay.
And go to reactions.
You got it.
You got any?
Uh-uh.
Let's drop in the old sink below. Put a card in your hand at the bottom of your deck. Draw a card. Okay. And then this comes down here unless you have any reactions. So
Nope.
it's 9. So I take 5.
You got it. This goes under. That's you.
throw this in the arsenal, and draw 4. Take a moment. Just take a moment. Back over to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice. Very nice. Okay. Yes. Let's see if I can hit you back.
Woo! This is a turn.
Another turn? You popped all your equipment already. Get out of here. Oh, I need to be blocking with my courage. I can't forget that.
So I think it's.
I'm sure I'll have ample opportunity. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, so I'm gonna need to generate 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I could also do that like this. Yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So, boom. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. All right. Don't make me block anything.
Oh, you're gonna have to block some things. Leave the charge red. The next time I play a card, with an action card, with a cost
We are
of,
of
you gain an
it,
action
yes,
point.
yes.
Then I'll play a yellow Maverian Skies. So I gain an action point, and I'm going to mark that with this big old thing. The next Runeblade, and it's a Runeblade action, so Viscera triggers, and I get another token. The next Runeblade attack action card I play this turn gets Go Again. If it hits, I create 2 extra Rune Chant tokens. So I have an action, and I have a bonus action from Lead the Charge. So I've got 2 left. And then, for my next trick, let's play... Amplify the Arknight. It costs 1 less for every Rune Chant token I have, so it costs me 1. I'll generate 3 here. So it's a 6 damage attack. These are going to enter the chain and trigger. If the 6 hits, then I create 2 extra Rune Chant tokens. Either way, it has Go Again. So I have 1 plus a Go Again. After this is over, I'll have 2 actions left.
It goes again no matter what, if it hits or not.
If it hits, it gains Go Again. If it hits, I create 2.
So you got 1 action point right now, and then you will refresh if it hits.
No. It has Go Again.
Okay, no matter what.
No matter what. So I had 2 actions.
If it hits, it creates the tokens.
If it hits, it creates the token. So I still have 2 actions after this is done.
It's interesting. Okay. All right.
That's what I was saying. I was like... And technically, I had Become the Arknight in my hand. So I could go get any card out of my deck I wanted. I just didn't know what the right choice was.
You only have 1 action.
So Lead the Charge.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing I play gives me an action point.
Mm-hmm.
So and that has Go Again. So then I play this. It has Go Again, and it creates an action point.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 2 left.
Mm-hmm.
And this gives the next Runeblade attack I play Go Again.
Mm-hmm.
So this gets Go Again. So that doesn't cost me the
So you're
action.
floating then.
So I
You're
still
floating.
have the 2 floating.
Yeah, you got the 2. Okay. Amplified triggers this as well. For Viscera when you play it.
Oh, wow.
This is a Runeblade token, yeah.
Now, I assume that happens after I pay the cost.
Yeah.
So I'd still have to pay the 1 for it.
Yeah. So this is an attack. So then we've got, what, how many rune chants
Well, that's
are
my
coming in?
actions.
Yeah.
So Viscera would trigger, but that one can't react into the chain.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 1 floating with 2 that are firing.
2 coming out.
So 2 fire, then the attack, and then if it hits, I'll get 2 more, and then I have 2 actions floating.
All right, let me see what this actually looks like. Okay. So, let's see what kind of a
I'll put
turn
these back
I
here.
could put together here. I want this card because it's real good. And we can generate here. So, let's go generate 2 resources and 2 instances of Arcane Barrier.
Canceled. Then you have a 6 damage attack.
If it hits, you get a run chance.
2 rune chance.
And you've got an action remaining. I'll drop in 6.
Okay, so it doesn't hit, but I still have 2 actions floating. So, with my first action, we will use my Reaping Blade. We'll spend a resource. You have a 3 damage attack coming at you.
All right, Courage coming in. Block 2.
Okay.
Take 1 and put a token on.
With my last action, I'll spend my action, spend a resource to play Crown of Dichotomy. Put the target Runeblade attack action card and non-attack action card from my graveyard on top of my deck in any order.
Just Runeblade stuff. Oh, and Reaping Blade would trigger this rune chant, right?
Yep.
So I'll just take that one in the teeth. Poking at you.
All right. This goes under. This goes in my arsenal. And these clear.
All right. Rune chant ahoy. I'm weathering. All right, it's time to drink that potion, baby. Turn this one around. Because I think this is a moment where I can try to get back a little bit of tempo here. Now, I have less life than you, so I can still gain life, right? Yes, I can. So if I hit the Crazy Brew, I'm still fine. All right, let's Crazy Brew. Destroy it.
We got the bracers.
I got my gambler's gloves on, don't worry. Here comes Dorinthia.
So that would technically be gain 2 life.
Truly the worst of the outcomes.
Because a 1 or a 2 means you definitely reroll.
You don't want to reroll into a 1 or a 2, but you really want that 5 or a 6. Question marks abound for old Steven.
Ryan Rover says, you know you're putting them birthday candles on top. And they're saying happy birthday to me for getting them back. Oh.
All right, hold on. Give me a second.
Visceray. I like Visceray. Side note.
Yeah. You absolutely should. I'm a gambler, aren't I?
You may say I'm a gambler, but I'm not a gambling man. You may as well. What are we here for? What are you running for if you're not doing it right now?
Well, because I could play another Crazy Brew this game, and then I can get another shot at the.
I think the reality is
50-50.
you're not a gambler, which is why this is just such a terrifying
I know, it's
choice.
great. It really makes me excited about the idea of how bad I am at gambling. Gain 2, go again. Okay. I'll gain 2 and go again. Consider it done. Not even gonna gamble. Don't need to re-roll that. I got nothing but net here. Okay. Now we have to make some decisions. And this is the tough decision. How many cards you got? 4? You got 1 in the arsenal?
Yep. Bone Cell's ready.
We need a little bit going on here, don't we? I just don't know if this is right. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to play the old Warrior's Valor for 1.
Okay.
And drop the old Glint the Quicksilver, unfortunately, as a resource. Next attack is +1. If it hits, it gains Go Again. And then I'll swing in for 3.
Take it.
All right, so Go Again. I guess we can leave that chain up if we want. Let's do a little Go Again here. Cost me 1.
Now, technically, would this still be in the chain, so could you use it again? Once per turn? Oh, you have her.
Yeah, she can tell me to do it. I'll use this one, though. It'll be
It does.
cooler.
I think that's cooler. So for 2?
For 2.
I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't expect this. He's just taking the hits.
Just a second here.
Oh, back it up.
So I could crack this when it hits to Go Again and do another 2 damage, but I'm going to hold on.
Take 2.
I'm going to play it cool. Yeah.
All right.
You'll no block strategy.
Oh, wait. I'm going to back that up. I remembered my
I'm already
entire
moving.
plan.
Already moving.
I'm doing something.
What are you doing?
Doesn't
Which
affect
one?
you that
First
much.
one, second one?
The
third
second
one?
one's fine.
Okay.
I should have. The first one hitting is what gave you Go Again?
Yes, that's right.
I'll do this on the second one because I should have caught it, but I'm not. I'm going to react with Reduce the Rune Chant.
Mm-hmm.
Cost me 1.
That's fine. We can do that on the first one and just take 2 less. 2 less damage. Take actually all the less damage. So you would take 5 less damage.
Yeah,
You were at 12?
that's what I should have done.
You started the turn at 15.
I was at 15.
So you should be at 15. Then you block with this with Reduce the Rune Chant. No Go Again. Sitting on 1 resource.
And I'll pay for that here.
I don't do anything with it, and
And
then
that creates me a.
we move on.
Sorry
Yeah, it's fine.
for my lack of experience.
DQ, man.
Get him out of here. Get
DQ.
him out of here.
Okay. All right. Look at you out there. You're practically naked.
Let's read the runes. Get 3.
Simple.
End of my round. Let's put this under.
What a turn. Mm-hmm. Money in the bank. Okay. All right. I'm with this. I'm with it. Yeah, this is just a clean turn is what this is. That's what we call this. Unfortunately, I just need a little bit of cash that I cannot create right now. So which one is going to be my cash card? This one is, unfortunately. So let's do Flock. The Featherwalker's yellow. I'm going to generate 1 resource from Dauntless, and it goes away. Additional cost, reveal Glint the Quicksilver.
What's it do?
This is the weapon attack gains Go Again, and if you've defended with a card, I draw a card.
Doesn't he have to have 1 cost or less? Is that a 0?
Yeah, 0.
Or less. Got it.
Yep.
You're good.
Create a Quicken Aura token with when you play an attack action card, destroy it, gain Go Again.
I'll just get you one of those.
4 damage attack coming at you.
Take 4.
Take 4. Call me in the morning.
Flock's so good.
And then I'll throw this in the arsenal and draw 3.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's use my Mage Master boots. Generate 3. I have 2 extra. Action, destroy them. The next non-attack action card I play this turn gains Go Again. I'll play Read the Runes. Go up to 7.
Get out of here.
And it gains Go Again. And then I'm going to play Bloodspell Invocation. Go Again. When an attack action card I control hits, It's an aura. I create 2 rune chant tokens. When my hero is dealt any damage, I destroy it. So
Okay.
I played another card. So
You
I'll
better
create
hit with
another
an
one.
attack action card is what you're saying.
And then I will pay 1 for. That's not
Reduce
the right
to rune
card.
chant?
That's not the right card. Pay 1 for Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath, because I have 8 of these. So it's -1. You've got 8 rune tokens coming at you, and then a 9 damage attack after that.
First things first,
And I'll
8
get a token back after it's earned.
rune tokens. Okay. Boom. 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 Okay, so I've got 8 rune chant tokens. First things first. Okay.
Ryan Roper. It's the birthday gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, that's right.
Dart says nom 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 nom.
D'Artagnan.
D'Artagnan and Anesthesia Cat says cake time. Happy birthday
So if we
to
do
V.
this, 6. And then we've got a 9. It's just a 9 damage attack?
Mhm.
No pumps.
No pumps. It's kind of wild, isn't it?
It's pretty cool, yeah.
I'm feeling the vibes.
Okay.
I think me and Viscera are going to go on more dates.
Got 1 there. Okay. Got 1 there, and then, okay. So, how about some of this? We'll generate 6 here, these 2 blues, and take 2.
Okay.
And then we'll sink below red. And that'll be a 4. You have any reactions?
Nope.
We'll throw in the bolters for 1. So that's going to be 5. So I'll take 4.
You got it.
1, 2, 3, 4. And sink below, I can drop 1. Oh, is it worth the risk is the question, really. Sure. I'll drop 1 here. A little bit out of sequence, and draw 1. Okay.
Oh, and Blood Spill, when attack action card you control hits, which it did, create 2 rune chant tokens.
Yeah, destroy and create 2. That's right. That's what I mean.
That's why I got rid of it.
Somebody's going to be great at Ruin Man,
Yeah.
and I'm going to hate it. Okay, I've got the Quicken token. I've got some cards. I believe that I can maybe get back off of the back foot here. So I'm going to start by destroying Courage of Bladehold, our preview. All of my sword attacks are 1 less.
You got it.
Boom, ba-da-boom, ba-da-doom, ba-da-doom, ba-da-doom. Okay, and then I don't really need to worry about this yet. So then we'll push forward the Centauri Saber for free due to the Courage of Bladehold. It is a 2 damage attack.
With
And
Quicken?
when I take an attack, I destroy this and gain go again.
I will take it.
Okay, I might have reactions here.
Okay. I might have reactions to your reactions. You know?
No reactions. So go again. Dranthia trigger so I can use this ability again. It is free yet again. And the question is...
It is interesting. I don't want to block with attacks. Just so you're aware. That has been at least a couple times.
All right, we'll push it forward again. Actually, let's do the other one. 2 damage coming at you.
I won't put any cards in.
Pass as well.
Does it have go again?
It does not, but if I hit with it, I can bolters to go again.
I'll take 2.
All right, bolters coming up.
Here they go.
All right, again, go again. So this is the 3 sword swing. This is what
This
we were
is the big
building
play.
for, really. So then let's play Warrior's Valor. Generate 2. Next weapon is +3, and if it hits, I gain go again. It really doesn't matter, but I needed the +3. So let's push this forward for 5.
All right, well, I will... I won't put any cards in,
Reactions.
but I will react with a reduce to rune chant. Reduces cost by 1 for each rune chant token I have, so it's a 0. It blocks for 3, and it will generate a token.
Very nice.
So then I take 2.
2?
Yep, down to 5.
Awesome. That's cool, man. 3, 1, 2, 3.
You did it.
That's
pretty good.
That's what that equipment opens up too. You see how that's good for Dawnblade. It's really good for a double Centauri build. It's like, yes,
I'm into it.
bring on the love. So cool. It really feels good. Okay. This is one of the best matches that we've had.
It's really good.
I think it's A, because we're getting better, and B, because these decks are so cool with the Crucible of War injections. You can feel like there's really like, the edges are rounded.
Yeah.
I feel more able to just stay in the game, catch up, have big moments.
Well, those
that
equipment
kind of
pieces
stuff.
were big.
Yeah.
Like, that let me do some crazy... That was my opening, and yours was super important to pull that turn off.
Now we're both down to the mud again.
Yeah.
You've got 4 rune chant tokens, which is almost exactly the number to get me at your health. So we're almost entirely tied
Almost
right
dead
now.
on. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Lead the charge. Yellow.
Classic.
Indeed. Then we're going to go Blood Spill Invocation. Cost me 1. It's an aura. It's a Runeblade card, so I get an extra token. When an attack action card I control hits, destroy it, create 3 rune chant tokens. If I take damage, it goes away.
Currently
Then-
2 actions.
Currently, yeah.
Lead
yeah.
the charge, 2 actions.
That
We
classic.
can keep track of it. I got it in my head.
Then I'll play... It's kind of sad that I'm having to use my cards this way, but I'm doing it. Mavrion. Skies. Mavrion Skies. Create a token from him. It gains go again. The next Runeblade attack action card I would play gets go again, and if it hits, create 3 rune chant tokens. Notice I don't have any cards
You
in my
don't.
hand.
You're just building up the pain.
But I will swing with the sword.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be a 3 damage attack. 6 tokens are firing first, and then 3's coming at you.
Just a 3?
Yep.
It's coming at me. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've got to think about things.
Yeah, I didn't like going all out, but I felt like I had to pressure your hand or you were going to have too many options to get me out.
6 coming in. So the question becomes, what can I do with this particular hand? I think 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. So let's do... but I really want to hold one for my arsenal. Yeah. Okay, let's drop a 3 and take 3.
Okay.
And then you've got this thing happening.
3.
Maybe I take 2. Yeah, I'm actually going to take 1 extra. And then the 3, I'm going to use that last resource on the Steel Blade Shunt. It's defending a weapon attack. It'll cover it all the way up, and then you'll take 1.
Down to 4. And then I took 1, so my invocation goes away.
Oh, that's clever. Look at me go.
Son of a...
Okay. All right. Hey, you know what? We're at this point of the game, I think. Let's swing at you for 2. Have 1 floating.
Two, he says.
It feels like ninja, but you could have a 1-cost attack reaction that makes it warrior, where it's like, by the way, +3.
Yeah, it's no
It's
bueno.
cool. It's cool. I feel like a sword dancer.
Let's block for 3.
You got it. And I'll throw this in my arsenal.
All right, it's scrappy.
Here we go.
It's a scrappy. All right, let's play. Read the runes.
You're just gaining cash, gaining
2
runes in.
runes. Put that under.
Okay, here we go.
You better finish it here.
Yeah, right.
Faux real skis. It's going down. We yelling timber.
Oh, man, I love it. How cool is this? All right, this is gone at the end of the end phase.
This array. 4 to 4. Come on. Can't write a story this good.
That's right. Yeah, I think I need to go here. I think I need to go for it. All right, let's push forward a saber. Generate 2, 1 remaining. 2 damage coming at you. Anesthesia Cat, I'm with you. Once we get 2 different one-handers for Warrior, that's when things get cool. Oh, main hand this, offhand this.
I'm 1 short from what I really want. Yeah, it will be cool.
It's amazing how 4 cards can be so terrifying.
All right, I will not put any cards in.
Going to reactions. So if I pass here, you take 2, and we're done because I don't have any instance of go again. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that at all.
Not going to pass?
Nope.
Weird.
All right, let's pay 1 out for blood. Target weapon gets +3, and if you defend with a card from your hand, next attack is +1.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Not that there would be a next attack, just in a theoretical space where I could, give it go again.
All right, well, let's go ahead and react for free with a reduced to rune chant. Costs me -1 for each rune chant token. It gives me a rune chant token, and it's a 3 defense reaction.
Okay. So I'm currently at 5 tier 3.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's play a Biting Blade to give another +3, generate 2 for that. If you defend with a card from your hand, weapons I control gain +1, so that would give this eventually another +1. So currently at 8 tier 3.
Reduced to rune chant again. Blue. 5.
Get right out of town. How many of those you got in there?
6.
Did you pay for that? Oh, there's free.
It's free.
It's free. Okay.
My favorite cost.
Okay, I will pass reactions.
I'll pass.
Pass. Okay, so we'll resolve this. It gives this weapon +1. So you're defended with cards from your hand. I believe that's how that works, right? You've defended with a card from your hand this chain link, yeah? Or does it not actually, whenever you resolve it, has this not resolved yet, maybe? I need help. Ryan Roper, are you here?
Basically, does it give you +1 here? If you do, you win, right?
I presumably.
Because you were at 8.
It would be good.
Not in the game.
So does Reprise trigger, if it's the end of the chain, when you resolve the reprise card, if everything else still hasn't been resolved as defending from hand, does that then mean that you don't get that reprise trigger?
Ryan says then the text happens on resolution.
Yes, it counts. Reprise checks on play, and then the text you resolve on resolution. Okay, so you have played this card from your hand. It hasn't resolved yet, but this just says if you've played a card from your hand. So Biting Blade gives the Saber +1. So 3. Then yours resolves. You get the thing. Then mine resolves. +3. Then yours resolves. And then you block. So these two come down. 5 defense versus 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's
dead.
4. Ooh!
You got me.
That felt good. That was the best game of Flesh and Blood that I played, and you were one swing away from ending it, I think. What is this thing?
Arknight Ascendancy.
Is that what was in your
Arsenal,
thing?
yeah.
Oh no, it's with Dominate too.
Yeah, and I had the +3 in hand.
These games are so tight.
Yeah, it's good.
Can you believe that?
That was very good. The equipment's awesome.
That's amazing. Yeah, so yeah, we probably did that wrong. Okay, hold on. Ryan's saying it doesn't count. Hold on just a second. Okay, so let's actually look at this. Can we bring that back out? This is really important for the game. It's just 2 reduced to run chance, a red and a blue. Out for Blood, Biting Blade, push this up. Okay, let's see how this works. I think this is right. So if you guys play these in reaction to each other, it just depends on how you resolve it. It's just like in Skytear, the stack. So basically, I play Out for Blood. You play Reduced to Run Chant.
Mm-hmm.
Then I can pass, you can pass, Reduced to Run Chant resolves. And then I play Biting Blade. And then you play Reduced to Run Chant. Then I pass, you pass, Reduced to Run Chant resolves. Then Biting Blade resolves. Then Out for Blood resolves. Then the Saber resolves. So if we had stacked these up, like, it's that same thing where if we both pass, the first layer resolves, and then we have a pass or play again.
But that works both directions, right?
It does. But it basically means that if I'm about to play Biting Blade, I need to pass this opportunity here, let this resolve. Then we have a new pass or play option where I want to bring Biting Blade in. Because at that point, you have played a card from your hand because this is resolved already. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So, like, technically, if you did it how you did it.
If it's like, if I react, then you react, then I react, then you react, then when this goes to, or it was like this, right? I had the last reaction on Biting Blade. So if this resolves first, you haven't played a card from hand yet because none of this has resolved.
It's not in the chain yet.
It's not in the chain yet. Because once these resolve, then they go down and become defense cards.
Yeah, but there's no reason for you not to. You attack, I block with this one.
I attack, I play Out for Blood to do the killing blow. Then you block. Then I pass. Then you pass. Then this resolves. Then it goes a pass or play again. I play. You play, I pass, you pass, resolve, resolve, resolve.
Yeah, and then it works out the same.
That makes sense. Okay, tell me if I did that right. We got it. Yes, we did it. Boom.
Man, that's crazy.
It's important.
I'm gonna have to
any
think about
reasonable,
that.
person, most of the time on these pass or plays, you're almost always going to just let whatever's played resolve, unless it's going to, what you're trying to play into the chain is going to affect a card over here that they are trying to resolve.
Yeah. Otherwise,
right?
we both let it resolve, and then you can add into the chain.
Every time, you just let this resolve fully, and then we play again. You let that resolve fully, then we play again. So we can always just let them fully resolve. And that's how most people are going to play it, just intuitively. But in that instance where, like, I have a reaction that says, like, cancel the next defense reaction, that's when it would matter. Just like in
or your next defense
Skytear.
reaction costs 1 or whatever.
Yeah, exactly right. That's correct. Ryan's saying also note on your end, Zach, that you don't get the run chant tokens until those actually resolve. So future cards aren't discounted, which could affect the play there too. Very cool. You want to do that again?
Yeah, I'll do that again.
You want to do that again? You want to chance it? Sweet Ruin Redemption. Oh wait, I was like, what?
What's happening? Yeah, there was a couple turns where like I knew I could do something, but the possibilities were too
Just a little
many
overwhelming.
for me to actually do anything with.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt with Runeblade as well. And it's like, this is too much for me. Can I just start swinging? Yeah, what is the Ryan? What's the main difference between the stack here and the stack in Magic? Because I think most people are most familiar with the Magic stack. I think is usually one of the differences in I think the last passer play on Magic, it doesn't reopen the window, if I'm not mistaken. But I am not the guy to ask about high-tech Magic the Gathering rules.
Even Steven?
Yeah, sure. Or we can just pass it. You want to go first?
I'll go first.
Yeah. Okay. So priority in Flesh and Blood doesn't auto-pass, so you have to explicitly pass the priority. Gunshy Saiyan, or Zach likes to say Gunshi, learning the correct resolution of reprise really forces people to understand the stack. Yes, I agree. Between this and the Runechant tokens,
He learned it all.
we're about to be leveled up. Batch processing on the stack. What do you mean by batch processing, Ryan? Two, three, four. Okay. Ooh, this is a good turn already.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, first thing I'm going to do is play Bloodspill Invocation, generating resources, one left over. Has Go Again. It's an aura. When an attack action card I control hits, I get 3 Runechant tokens. Then I'll play another one, generating a Runechant token from Visceray. Then I will...
So I need to block this as much as possible, basically, or
Nope.
you get a ton of tokens.
It's an attack
right?
action card. So I'm just going to use this for a 3, and you'll have 1 Runechant token coming at you first.
All right, I'll take 1 from the Runechant, and then Runeblade does 3.
So, by the way, the big difference between Magic, and I get this, is when both players pass in Magic, the entire stack resolves. When both players pass in
Right.
Flesh and Blood, the top layer resolves, and there's another chance.
Perfect. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay. So I've got 3 coming at me. Okay. This.
We have a 1 and then a 3.
I took the 1 already.
Okay.
You got me.
You've been had.
Weird. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Sink below. As a reaction.
Okay.
Put a card from my hand at the bottom. It's
I'll put that in my
going.
arsenal.
It's gonna be me.
Wow, wow.
Cool. All right. Okay. Next up, we've got clear those. Oh, those
They're
are auras.
auras.
Oh, so I just need to do damage.
You gotta hit me.
I must do damage.
Yep. Good luck.
Yeah, right.
Ah!
Well, interesting. Boy, this is interesting, man. So I really need to do this. This really needs to happen. I don't think I can do anything about that.
Gunshi says, listen to the most recent podcast today. It's amazing how PvP fully embracing online play made me forget Ashen Pass was even late. Whereas if a set of Keyforge is late, it's a really big deal.
So true.
Yep.
Man, this actually is not as good as it needs to be. Sad. Sad, man. Sad.
Shame.
I'm about to get 6 Runechant. That's got to be the end of the game, right? If I can't do anything about this.
Cake.
This is garbage. Will? This is awful.
Yeah, nothing's even happened yet.
Okay. So let's do a Steelblade Supremacy. Generate 2 here. Weapon attacks +2 if they hit draw a card. Have 1 resource remaining.
That's not happening.
Yep. And then 1 in there.
So it's 4?
4.
Well, I'm going to stop that with everything I possibly can.
Yeah. Hopefully it's awkward, though. If you got like 2 3s, you just got to waste your time.
You are going to make me waste some time.
Good.
No, you're not. We're going to drop this in and that
Right on.
for 4.
I got that lead the charge out of there, and that's something, right?
It is definitely something.
And then I'm not going to drop this into the arsenal, and I hate it.
You need the blue resources.
I need the blues, man. I'm about to be in a world of pain.
I've seen this before. All right, let's do this.
Connor O'Neill asks, hey, Zach and Steven, how does it feel to be online influencers? Are you making a TikTok account anytime soon? I don't think we're...
Speaking of that, I forgot to mention earlier, can you please smash that like button?
Ring that bell.
Ring the bell. Hit the bell. Subscribe. Patreon, etc.
Every bell hit we get today, we're giving out 1 box. We're not doing that.
Giving out
We
one,
don't have the boxes to give out.
One non-existent box.
Fund my trip to, Netherlands, where I'll stand in front of some epic building and take a weird selfie, and everyone will lose their mind. And
All right. From my arsenal, we're going to play
people we're
Oath.
talking.
Oath of the Arknight. It says my next Runeblade attack action gets +3. And it creates a rune chant token. Just remember that. Then
This attack will not hit. It cannot.
What just happened?
You got
I
any
hit
attacks
2.
there?
I'm confused.
Did you mean to put that one in your pay for pile?
I think so. Hold on.
You look scared.
I'm very confused right now. My math isn't working.
Where did all my cards go?
Hold on.
Were you gonna pop some boots or something?
I don't know.
Sometimes
doesn't
that's
work
gonna
that way.
happen, Yeah.
Let's back it up.
Pack it in. Yeah, maybe Connor. I think maybe you're right. But also, influencer is kind of a dirty word. It usually means people that are intolerable. So I hope that's not us. I guess you wouldn't be here if that were the case. Although, I mean, watching intolerable people do things is kind of the internet these days. That's right, Anesthesia. How many likes to live in a boat in Amsterdam? Let's go.
Okay, let's flip the script.
I don't think you're going to be the Runeblade player.
Maybe not.
I'm certainly not.
There it is.
You're weaving in and out, man. It's like
It's just
drafting.
Yeah, it's a weird life we're living. Okay, so here's what I will do instead. I'm gonna play
Pretty tolerable is impressive.
Oath of the Oak Knight. Cost me 2, so I have 1 floating. Next is +3, and I generate a rune token. Then I'm gonna play Spellblade Strike for 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2 + 3, so it's a 5. This is gonna fire.
Mm-hmm.
Because I played another rune chant card, he gets me 1, and then this says create a rune chant token when it resolves. So we'll get 2 ultimately.
It might not resolve yet.
You gonna unresolve it?
Well, we'll wait until reaction steps and all of that,
Got ya.
and at the very end. So
1 and then
coming.
5, and if the 5 hits, I get 6 rune chant tokens.
We're playing a deadly game here. I gotta take 1.
Yep. Ping.
Ping. And then you have no cards in hand?
None.
But you could have an attack reaction down there. That would be really funny.
Funny's a word.
Funny's a word for it, isn't it? Funny's a word for it. Okay, how about we go standard 3 plus 2.
Didn't you use that earlier?
Cover
It
it
was a
up.
different game.
I think it was last game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you block the 5,
Block the 5.
but then this creates a rune chain.
Any reactions? Yeah. Can I hold it off?
It's kind of cool because I'm just continually putting pressure on you to be able to do something about it.
Yeah, me too, though. It's kind of the point of the game.
But like I played ones, and like these are forcing you to not take the damage, whereas normally right there you could actually take damage.
I'll give you a hint. I wouldn't have taken the damage anyway.
Hint received.
Man, it's annoying playing against Warrior because of all these attack reactions that I don't have. Okay. And I've got a 3 coming in, and you can't let that hit. You can't let it hit. Impossible. Okay. So, what if we did this? Ooh, yikes. Okay, let's pay. Man. It's got to hit. Maybe not. All right.
Hold on.
Yo.
Spellblade Assault creates rune chance before the defense step because it doesn't depend on hitting.
Oh yes, it's that weird. It's the one exception, right? It's the one exception. What's up, David? That's a hilarious comment, David. Thank you. So the only exception to our rule is attacks that say if are the only ones that matter on resolution. Otherwise, you resolve the text immediately. I don't know why that is, but it is. So it is.
Maybe attack card's text resolves immediately all the time, unless it says if. Like that box
That's the idea.
is resolving.
Yeah, unless it says if. Why don't we make this hard? All right. Generate 3 because I'm playing Warrior's Valor for 1. Leaves me with 2. +1 if it hits, it gains go again. Centauri Saber for 2. +1 makes it 3. Ooh, Tom, nailed it. 8 regions in the world. Wraith, Solana, Savage Lands, The Pits, Metrics, Aria, Mysteria, Volcor, and Demonastery.
If it hits, it gains go again.
If it hits, it gains go again.
You got them attack reactions, so don't.
I do might have those.
I do might.
I do might have those. Look at those auras. Just gotta lose them, I think. It gots to go away.
Them.
I'm all in. Yeah, Andy, no, Spellblade didn't hit. I blocked with the 2 and the 3, so it was 5 to 5.
You're currently at what?
Currently at 3. Max it could be as a 6, courtesy of Warrior.
Yeah. Let's just do it.
Yeah.
Block with 7.
Ooh, yep. I think it works. And I'm not putting on the arsenal either. It's been a weird string of cards, let me tell you.
All right, mine.
That's why. Yep.
Time snap potion.
Boom. Well, we're playing a dangerous game here, man.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Isn't it funny? I think it's funny.
It's a little funny.
We're just both creepy crawling. It's just like these create such a different game, right?
Yeah, I can't let that time snap plus blood spill happen. All right, let's start with Warrior's Valor because we're playing.
Mm-hmm.
And got 2 left over. +3 the next attack. Go again if it hits. Pay 1. Whoop. Saber coming in at 5.
Sometime I'm gonna have to just let it go.
Yeah, both of us, man. Tor definitely thinks that that water is definitely vodka at this point. Can you imagine if Zach literally just downed a glass of warm
I
vodka?
would be in a very different state.
Mm-hmm. State of the ground.
Yep. Okay, let me think about this. Really, this is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I can clear these auras out for you. That would make it more acceptable.
Well, probably would make it
to
easier.
find,
you know, easier to deal with here.
It's Uzo. Man, Uzo's some weird stuff, man. Some weird stuff. Tom McCall, okay, you must have the book. As for the professions, they're referred to in the lore book. There's alchemist, assassin, guardian, brute, wizard, bard, illusionist, ninja, necromancer, cleric, warrior, ranger, and many more. I forgot about that illusionist. You have re-excited my world. So we haven't seen alchemist, assassin, bard, illusionist, cleric, necromancer. So 6 that we haven't seen. And there's 6. So mechanologist isn't even listed. Interesting. There must be 16 classes. How exciting. 2 unknown per block. Oh my gosh. Illusionist, are you kidding me? Cleric. I'm curious what they do, assassin and ninja, how they do those differently. You're thinking too hard.
It hurts.
Yeah, just stop. Just experience the game.
All right, so it's got 5, and if it hits, it gains go again.
That's right.
So I just need to not let it hit.
That's ideal.
I can't.
Awesome.
I mean, I can. It's just going to cost me too much.
Only cost you 6 run chant tokens.
No block.
Oh, baby. All right.
Take 5. Clear this board.
Take 5. Go again. Swing for 2.
Take it.
Going to reactions. Huh. This is not the time. Choices. Okay. Take 2. No reactions. Pass.
Okay.
Throw this one under. Draw 3.
All right.
The arsenal is honestly what makes this game so good.
Let's play from my arsenal.
Speaking of.
Oath of the Arknight. It costs me 2. It gets +3 to my next attack. And then I also create a rune chant token. Let's go again. So then... let's play blue dread triptych. It's going to cost me 3.
It's a new one.
So it's a 7. These will trigger. Viscera will react to get me 1. It says if I played a non-attack action card this turn, create a rune chant token.
Mm-hmm.
If I've dealt arcane damage this turn, create a rune chant token. I haven't. If it hits, create a rune chant token.
Okay.
So you got 3 and then 7.
Okay. That's it. That's the example. If it hits is the only one that you care about on resolution. Otherwise, you resolve them. Okay, so 3 coming up. Well, I've got a blue. There's 3. That's efficient, right?
It's efficient.
And then I've got 7 to deal with.
Yep.
Hmm. 7 to deal with. Okay. Ugh, boy, I don't like that. 7 to deal with. Okay. All right. All right. Put in a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Go to reactions.
Mm-hmm.
You have any?
Not yet.
You passing?
I pass.
I'm passing.
All right. Take 4.
Take 4.
It hit, so I create a reenchant token. These will go away. I'll put this under. You're up.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right, let's do flock. Yellow. Flock of the Feather Walkers yellow. Cost me. Oh, I can't do that. I can't play the additional cost.
Aha! Oh no!
No, no!
Not my trap card.
What have I done?
Ah. I want some birthday candles.
Okay, maybe. No, now is not the time. All right, generate 2. One of them on the saber for 2. Poking at you.
2 damage.
2 damage.
I have no cards to put in.
I'll pass my reaction.
Okay. I will react. It doesn't have go again currently.
Does not have go again, no.
With a red reduced to rune chant, it costs me 0, blocks for 4, and I generate a token.
What a card that is, really. Get that nat. All right, and then I'll draw 3.
What a card indeed, right?
Oop, drew 4.
That's just
Nope.
immense value. All right, mine.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Yellow, lead the charge.
Classic.
Oh no. Yeah, that's fine. That works out. Then I'll play. There it is. 1 cost blue Spellblade Strike. So these 4 resolve. And then I played another Runeblade card, so I create 1. It says create a rune chant token, so I'll create 1. You have a 4 resolving, and then a 2, and then it gets me an action point because I lead the charge. So I'll have another action floating.
You got 1 action left there,
Mm-hmm.
and 1 card,
Yep. And 1 resource.
and 1 resource.
Wouldn't you know it? I do like Viscera. I feel like I'm willing to get good with him. I'm excited for my brain not to hurt when I'm playing.
Yeah, good luck with that. Okay. All right. We got something here. Take 4.
Okay. Nailed it. Then you have a 2 coming at you.
Yeah. Block with 3.
Okay, you got it. Then for my next trick,
Dope got a question about Ash's PDP. If I buy a sub, I want like 6 copies of 1.5. Do I pay shipping on each one, or would it be the whole packet? So the quantity of your subscription will all ship together. So if you go to a 6x subscription, all 6 of those will be in a single package. And shipping will be much better for you.
A whole lot better.
Read the runes. Okay, good.
So
Make
I
some
generate
stuff.
3 more tokens.
'Cause
1
of
from
Visceray's
Visceray,
ability, yeah.
2 from this. And then...
You're rolling in tokens now,
Mhm.
brother.
No reason for that. Don't worry about it. And I got a time snap potion
Yeah,
waiting
I
to
know.
go.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good. But have you thought about this? Lead the charge. Crazy Brew, blue. It's the only one. Gain 1 action point when I play that. So I've got 1 action here. Pop the Crazy Brew. Here comes Dad.
Hey, got the Crazy Brew.
All right, so I'm going to gain 2 money.
Yeah.
I'm going to gain 2 action points, and my next attack is +2.
There you go. I'm gonna put that not. No, dude.
Yeah, maybe that's not ideal. Okay. So then, so then we'll go here. Okay. Okay. So now we got to think about this for a second.
Luca Ray.
All right, let's pop here.
Uh-oh. This is the turn.
It's a turn.
Swing,
Kind of
swing,
happened out of
swing.
nowhere. The Crazy Brew said yes. Spin in action. Swing for 4.
Is that it?
Is that it?
I'll take 4.
There, fire. Reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Pay 2 for a biting blade. Target gets +3. If you defend with a card from your hand, all my weapons gain +1.
Okay, so now you're 7.
Mm-hmm.
Take it.
I like that.
Down to 6.
Last action point. Blade on
For 2.
for 2.
No cards in.
Pass the reaction.
Blue reduced to rune chant. Boop.
Boop. All right.
Thanks for playing.
Thanks. And then 1 in the pile. Draw 4. That's a good card.
Mm-hmm. This is the hand I was dealt. You know what I mean? Let's destroy the time snap.
Here we go.
Gain 2 action points.
Let's go.
Let's go Spellblade Strike. 2 remaining. 6 rune chant tokens trigger. 1 gets created.
Something tells me I really just need to weather this one. Okay, and then it's a 4 damage attack.
Something tells me I need to survive this. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go. Generate 4, block 4, take 2.
Okay. Then you got a 4 coming at you.
4 coming at me. Let's drop in Out for Blood and Bolters for 4.
Okay. I have 1 action left. I will play another Spellblade Strike.
Oof.
So this resolves, Visceray creates me a token, and then this creates me a token. So we're back around to 2. You have a 1 coming at you and then a 4.
1 happens. You know what they say, 1 happens.
And then
Classic, really.
4, and you just get to create one for 4. Okay. I'll take 4.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta make those good trades, you know? Okay. Let's roll in here with the old Dauntless for 1. Generate 2. It's got 1 floating. Next weapon attack is +3, and defense reactions are an additional to play. Additional cost to play. This is gone, all right? Yeah. And then we'll pay 1 here.
So it's 5.
It's 5 coming in, and defense reactions are +1 resource.
Let's drop 4. And then you have no reactions, I assume.
Nope, no reactions, yeah.
I'll react with a reduced to rune chant. It's -1 resource cost for each rune chant token I have. Does that cost me anything or not? It's
No,
+1, -2.
It's an additional, and then you've got
Okay.
it to. Usually it costs 2 less to play, and it costs 1 more to play. So 2 minus 2 is 0.
All right. Blocks, get my token. Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia. I've been failing at my stuff here. It should have been this and then this.
All right. Mine?
Yeah. With your silly 1 card.
Read the runes.
A classic turn. What a good one to hold on to. It's like you did it on purpose.
Who is this guy?
All right, so me, I sure do want to put on some
Music?
presh.
Ah. I thought I was going to draw what I needed this turn.
Yeah, right. And then life happened.
Then reality struck. The narrator. He did not.
I'm going to play it safe.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to go Time Snap, Arsenal, draw 2.
That's what I was doing last round. I was like, do I want to try to go for it or
Yeah.
not? But if you get too close and you try to like just grasp victory too fast, it always eludes
It
you.
always slips right out, yeah. Three to 6, huh? On the back foot. 5 ruin chance coming towards me potentially.
It's going to get crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put it that way. So those are all free. That seems good. Yeah. Let's party.
Party on.
Come on, Barbie. Let's go party.
Don't you get that dominate going now?
I will destroy my boots. The next non-attack action card I play this turn. Nope, not yet. I did that backwards. Mavrion Skies. Mauve. Anyway, 0 cost. The next Runeblade attack action card I play this turn gains go again, and if it hits, create 3 rune chant tokens.
Okay.
Just you remember that.
Okay. We can just keep it out there.
Mage Master Boots, the next non-attack action card I play is going to get go again. I'm going to play Read the Runes. It has go again. Creates 3 runes for me.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at 8. You with me?
Mm-hmm. And this is attack action, gains go again.
Yep.
So you got
I have an attack action that still
attack
gains
action
go again.
pending.
Then I'm going to play Amplify the Arknight. It costs 3, but it's -1 for each rune chant token I control. So it's a 6, but it's +3. No, it's not +3. If it hits, I get 3 rune chant tokens.
And I got to deal with 8.
You have 8 of these coming at you, and technically 9, because when I played this card, I would get another token. When I play this card, I get a token.
So
and then,
9.
actually, I meant to destroy this
Sure.
to give it +2.
Amplify +2.
That's where the... Oh my god, I'm out of dice. First. So, it's an 8. You have 9 from tokens coming at you and an 8 attack coming at you.
Okay. 9 and 8.
plus it has go again, and I have a resource left.
Okay. So let's do... Can't sleep on this guy either.
Nick, 17 casual damage coming right up.
So 9 has to be blocked at least one of those. So I'm going to get 8 resources here. 8. And then that's 7, 8.
Ryan, and we were chanting.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Because I'll be able to Reaping Blade too.
And that's 3?
3 and a 1.
Yeah, we're close. See if there's any squeaking to be done here.
Skirt.
Skirt.
That's crazy.
It's a lot. So yeah, so we've got 3, 6, 7, 8. 8 resources that we can generate. And then we can block like...
So that's 8 of 9 here.
Yeah. Well, we're just gonna block 7. So we'll take 2. 7 of 9. And then have 1 left over. And then Amplify the Arknight. You got 8 coming in. Did those boots, did you have to pay anything for those boots? The bonus, this
No,
damage?
that's free.
It's just 2 or less or something?
The next attack action card would cost 2 or greater, so it's
Okay.
a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Gets plus 2.
So we use this one for shunt, and then we'll throw a 3 in.
So you cancel this.
Yeah.
So I don't get the tokens.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
And then you got one more.
A resource and an action.
Yeah.
So then the blade plus the 1 rune chant fires.
Boom.
So 1 and 3. Whoosh!
Out.
That was crazy.
That's good.
I didn't even see it until it took me a minute. I drew my hand. I was like, because I was looking for birthday candles.
That's what I mean.
Top
like,
card of my deck.
That's what I'm talking about. Runeblade is like sneakily, like you string it together and all of a sudden it's incredible.
Yeah, because like that's where my head was really at. Because I was like, if I drew this with my 6 tokens over here, I can pop it and it's free. And it's like, it's just crazy. That's crazy town. That blood sheath skeleton, that's the card. That opens it wide up.
This,
for me.
this chess piece with Centauri's is awesome.
It's super cool, right?
Yeah, super.
It was funny, for a minute I was like, I played the time snap potion, and I was like, for several turns, I was like, that's useless. Like, because I had this to get go again, and I have lead the charge to get go again. And I was just like, I have way too many actions. And then all of a sudden I was like, wait a second. What I need is energy potions, I think.
I was looking at, so Glint the Quicksilver is like the card for this deck. And then Out for Blood, I was having trouble using that. I'm just like looking at what was working, what wasn't. Also Biting Blade, I was having trouble using Biting Blade.
What's it do?
It's the one where it costs 2. I think that's the main problem. It costs 2. Gives a weapon a bonus, but then it has that reprise +1 to a weapon until end of turn. Which isn't bad, but I just don't think, I think I would build this deck very differently. Like the things that are really important to it are obviously Warrior's Valor and Driving Blade. You just have to commit to the...
Yeah, you have to have it.
You have to have it, and then you have to have an attack reaction in hand that gives you +3. Because you have to always threaten where it's like, it's just 2 damage. And
But
if
it could be a
If they don't block, it could go hard.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense. So you basically can run in Blitz 12 of the Give You Go Again cards.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would run all of the red +3s
Yep.
to weapons, whatever that looks like. So that's where
Yep.
you even have the one you're not running with the blade art that I like so much.
Yeah, Stroke of Foresight.
But it's literally just like anything that's a +3. I agree with that. Because
I think you bury it, because then you just go like, okay, swing for 2, they block it. It's like, okay, swing for 2, they block it. It's like, okay, swing for 2, they don't block it.
you're literally
Reaction,
just
reaction,
waiting.
reaction.
Yeah, you're waiting for that. That's
see
even
that
where
deck.
like
I see it in my head.
and like
My mind's eye.
saving your like energy potion for that moment too.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're just waiting, and then the moment they give you the opening, which makes sense. Like it feels so
Do-do-do.
thematic. It's
It's
like
so
once they give you
good.
the opening, you really just go for it.
You get 3 chances instead of 2. That should be the whole point of the deck.
Even so, like normally Dorinthia, if you block the first attack, they can't even use the sword again.
Yeah.
So it gives you double the opportunities to lay on those attack reactions.
Which is cool, because I feel like instead of playing the big sword needs to get my tokens on a strategy, it's I'm going to send five at you, and you have to deal with them all.
It's so good.
Yeah, it is super good.
It's so good.
That was a good time.
Hey, join us next week. We're, yeah, right, anesthesia. We don't need those gloves if you roll correctly on Crazy Brew. I love the gambler's gloves, even though I'm not a gambler. I like those consistent bets. I'll take two cracks at a 5 or a 6.
Two when 1 and 3 is bad for you, turn that into a 1 and 9 is bad for you is super good.
You always take 3 or 4. If it's a 1 or 2, you re-roll.
Yeah.
That's it. That's my rules. I've got the rules now. It's like my side game rules where I just lose every side game. Next week is going to be insane.
Yep.
We're not even going to tell you why.
Well,
but if you're interested in Flesh and Blood,
I think you can start figuring out why it might
and
be
if you
crazy.
might imagine that spoiler season is going to get pretty crazy, you're going to want to be here next week because we've got some things we haven't even looked at them, but it's a lot.
It's in a box marked "Don't open until Christmas."
In case of emergency, break box, because this game is about to get out of control. Hey, I'm going to be honest with everybody out here.
Waiting for it.
I think that this game has some very, very serious magic going on. I feel like I'm on the ground floor of something that is about to be notable. I truly feel that way. I've seen it from everything from this beautiful, caring about everything card to the way that the new weapons are being balanced so tightly and what they can open up with a simple change, understanding their fundamentals. It seems like this is a game that understands its first principles so well. The way that they handle the collectible models, they're just leaning into it, and I love it. It's like you get awesome little weird different pieces of equipment that aren't strictly better. Like the tunic, I like the idea of like, oh, I could run the tunic or I could run the Courage of Bladehold.
And we're just getting warmed up.
Not an obvious choice all the time. Thinking about this game a year from now when I have 6 different chess pieces to choose from and 4 different sets of weapons and mixing and matching the one-handers, it's going to be
so good.
So good.
So good.
So good.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that we were talking about this off camera a little bit, but I think very rarely do you have a game and a publisher come along that cares so much about the craft of making the game, but also has the true ambition to, it's called the new classic TCG. My assumption, and we're going to be having James, the founder of Legend Story, on the podcast at some point in the not so distant future. I want to talk to him about this, but there's an ambition behind it that makes it, serious. That like, hey, we're aiming for this to be a game that sticks around. Is it going to be one of the big 3? Is it going to replace one of the big 3 finally? Mm-hmm. But also, on the ground, right? Set by set development, card by card development, even the Twitter hints leading up to the preview week and the preview week.
Having that entire card database blacked out that is slowly flipping new cards.
Even today. Sending us the pack of cards that's like, here's the cards that you can use.
Real cards. We've had to print every card in the past 13 years.
It was literally the first publisher that's ever done this.
We proxy it. This is the first publisher that's so ahead of the game that they have the cards in print ready to send.
And they send us the things that had already been spoiled
to
go with the previews they were sending us.
It's such a huge impact
it's crazy.
on the psychology of what they're up to.
We're not even talking about what's going to happen next week. So, anyways.
Next week is going to be awesome.
They have the on-the-ground play. So, I'm super excited because I think this is a fantastic publisher with a fantastic game who wants this game and this community to be around for a very long time. And the fact that this kind of a game can seemingly be thriving in a pandemic environment, particularly in the States.
It's sold out everywhere.
That's a really good sign. So, I'm super excited. Everything I've seen continues to, today was fantastic. Literally every stream I get done and I'm like, more jazzed about this game.
I had an incredibly good time today. It's a totally different game than Netrunner, obviously. But I have that kind of weird under the surface excitement as I'm playing and as I'm trying to decide. You know what it feels like? It honestly feels like it's the same kind of decision that's super fun where you're having to say, do I play the time snap this turn or do I keep running HQ?
Yeah.
That literally is what that tension feels like. Well, and I've not felt that way.
We had that at the end where I made a decision. Do I keep pressuring, or do I just
Or just do 21 damage.
Well-
I mean, you know, just tough choices.
or
you know?
or do I literally I canceled all your damage and then just had the gain 2 rune tokens card?
Mhm.
And it's like I could have flipped it, saved the resources to actually like do some stuff, and I didn't. And that led to a 21 damage turn.
Big turn.
But like I had to bank on the fact that you weren't going to be able to finish me off on the next turn.
Yep.
And you weren't able to finish
I
me
weren't
off on the
able
next
to.
turn.
And that's when I played the time snap, and it's like I could have done about 6 or 7 damage, which you would have to block some of it or die. But it's like, well, but I really want to go next turn and try to bring in like 12 or 15.
Yeah, and finish it.
And
Just
try
like
to
I
finish
did.
it,
I was
right? And
literally
like,
one
but
turn
if
ahead.
If he has a good hand, this could be real
And
bad.
like honestly, like I barely had enough to get, even with 21 damage, it was barely enough. Like that's the crazy part.
Isn't that nuts? Yeah. Having the
Yeah.
steel blade in hand.
Lion
or
Day
the
saying, "You gonna make us
arsenal.
wait a whole 7 days?" Sure,
We
am.
have to.
We'll see you next Tuesday, same
know-
bat time.
You know why we have to? Because they actually care enough to regulate everything about the process. That's something that I've seen from Legend Story that's amazing. They're aware of everything that's happening. They're in communication with us about when it needs to happen, how it needs to happen. And I've just never seen that level of involvement from a publisher before.
For sure.
Being ahead of the game, having the cards ahead of time, literally saying like, here's how this is going to work way ahead of time. Here's how this is going to work. This is what we want. This is how we can work together the best. Let's put this out.
It's really great. Again, it's a great game, and I
Super
think
impressive.
the publisher's on point. So I'm super excited. It's definitely, it's something special. There's something special going on.
It's something
Happy to
cool,
have you
man.
all with us. Quick
Something
question
cool.
answer, and then we're gonna get out of here. Daniel saying, anyone have any news about when the first 2 sets will be back in stock? No official news yet. Sign up for the wait list for the bundle on the website. You'll get a notice as soon as we have more, and that'll be fast.
And honestly, we don't even really know at this point that it's being reprinted or it's coming back into stock. Now, I would think they would be insane not to make those cards available.
I think you have to,
but
because they haven't even hit truly European distribution yet. There's a ton of European people that like have been saying, I want to get in and I can't get it.
this is a game that Europeans will love.
Yeah.
And let me tell you why. Because Europeans always surprise me. And I don't mean Europeans in the box, but looking at kind of like the actual Thrones community, Europe, insanely into Thrones.
Yep.
Right? Absolutely insanely into Thrones. And I think when you have this kind of like, these kinds of fantasy settings, let's say, I mean, Europe was crafted as the story of kings and conquest
King
and
Arthur, et cetera, et
awfulness
cetera.
and et cetera.
Napoleon.
So when you have these kinds of like more realistic fantasy games like Game of Thrones, I just feel like it does better. It does really well in like European markets. So I do think that obviously you can't introduce zero product to a new market and succeed. So I think we'll see something, but we just don't know what form it'll take yet.
I'm excited to see what they say, and I assume part of it is they're. I'm excited to hear when we hear what they're going to do, because they've been aware and like on point about everything. So like I assume as intentional as they're being about all this, that's going to be a very intentional process.
So we talked about this from the podcast with Destiny. It's like they ran out super too soon, but then they reprinted and it kind of like delayed everything forever, and it was kind of a weird spot. So we'll see how they handle it. But I agree, Anesthesia, a new Stalic game right here. There's the Stalic castle that everyone gathers once a year to play Game of Thrones. Can you imagine? I would probably do it if you forced me.
If we had castles,
If we get 2,000 likes, I'll go to the castle. Let's play some Flesh and Blood.
you're making a lot of promises, writing a lot of checks.
I know, I'm running all the checks.
Let's cash them.
They don't
Hey
know that I
everyone,
don't have the cash.
thank you so much for being here. Come back next week. It's going to be a good time, and we'll see you then. Stay safe.
Take care, guys.